Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Boise City Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. A few things to start out with for tonight's proceedings. Everyone from the public entering the hearing virtually has been automatically muted and cannot speak. As the item you're interested in comes up for discussion, you'll be called upon and unmuted. There is a chat function in Zoom, though this is not part of the record and should only be used if technical difficulties arise. Our procedures for public hearings begins with a presentation from the planning team. Then we'll go to the applicant and then a representative of the Registered Neighborhood Association, followed by questions from the commission. After that, we proceed to public testimony, starting with those who are in person, then who signed up on the sign-up sheet in advance, and then anyone else who raises their hand virtually. If you are attending through your telephone, you can type in *9 to raise your hand. Each member of the public is allowed up to 3 minutes for testimony, and we are strict with this time as it is limited in code. Finally, the applicant is allowed 5 minutes for rebuttal, after which the hearing will be closed and the commission will deliberate and render a decision. Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Thanks, Crystal. We are citizen volunteers appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. We make final decisions on conditional use permits, variances and appeals, and recommendations to the city council on subdivisions, rezones, annexations, and code or comprehensive plan amendments. Any decision made tonight may be appealed to the city council, provided that the appeal is filed within 10 days of this hearing. In order to file an appeal, you must have given written or oral testimony at tonight's meeting. That's why it's important to give your name and address when you testify tonight. We utilize a consent agenda. This means that if the applicant agrees with the staff report and if there is no public opposition, the item will be placed on the consent agenda. All items that are placed on the consent agenda are approved with one motion without further public comment. For items not on the consent agenda, we will hold a full public hearing in the order just detailed a few minutes ago with staff, applicant, neighborhood association, and then the public testimony. Thank you all for attending tonight. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead. Schaefer.
Here.
Squires.
Here.
Blanchard. Moore.
Here.
Gillespie. Benfrock. Danley.
Here.
Mooney.
Here.
5 present, 4 absent.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks for joining us tonight, everyone. We've got a pretty full agenda here tonight. We'll start out with our consent agenda. We have a few items up for eligibility there. So we'll move through the agenda, and the first one up, I'm sorry.
Minutes.
First, we'll start with minutes for the consent agenda. Without objection, I'll place the minutes from our October 3rd, 2022 meeting on consent. And then back to tonight's agenda. First item up for consent is item number 9. This is CAR 22-29 Cushing Terrell at 9181 South Federal Way. This is an annexation of approximately 13 acres with an M1D zoning. Is the applicant with us tonight? Terrific. See the applicants with us. And are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report? Okay. Let the record show that the applicant is in agreement with the staff report. And is there anyone in attendance tonight here to testify in opposition to this item? Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and place item number 9 on consent. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I have to go back to the top of our agenda one more time. We also have item A up for consent. This is PUD 20-39 and CVA 20-52, Rodney Evans and Partners, PLLC. This is a time extension, a 2-year time extension for a project at 3005 West Malad Street. Without objection, I'll go ahead and place item A on the consent agenda. Next up is item number 10. This is CAR 22-15 Westminster Homes. The address is 1715 South Maple Grove Road. Excuse me. This is a rezone of approximately 1.75 acres from an R1A zone to an R1B zone with a DA. Is the applicant present this evening?
Yeah.
Terrific. And are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report? Terrific. Let the record show the applicant is present and in agreement with the staff report. Is there anyone here tonight to testify in opposition to this item? Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and place item number 10 on the consent agenda. Up next is item number 11. This is CUP 22-46, Boise State University at 1507 South Oakland Avenue. This is a conditional use permit to allow for a height exception on 10.26 acres in an R3D zone. And is the applicant with us this evening?
Yes.
Terrific. Let the record show the applicant's present. And are you in agreement with the staff report?
Yes.
Let the record show the applicant is in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report. And is there anyone here tonight hoping to testify in opposition to this item? Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and place item 11 on the consent agenda. And next for consent is item number 13. This is PUD 22-54 and SUB 22-56, Rodney Evans and Partners. The address is 1423 West Franklin Street. This is a conditional use permit for a planned residential development comprised of 2 single-family units on 0.28 acres in R3 HD zone, and then a preliminary plat for said subdivision. Is the applicant present tonight?
Yes.
Online. Good evening, Ben. Are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report?
Yes, we are.
Terrific, thank you. And is there anyone here present this evening hoping to testify in opposition to this item? Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and place item 13 on the consent agenda. And last but not least, item number 15, CUP 22-54, Boise State University. This one's at 1910 West University Drive. This is a conditional use permit for a height exception associated with new university housing on 101.6 acres in the university zone. And is the applicant present?
Yes.
Terrific. And are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report?
Yes, we are.
Great. Let the record show the applicant is in agreement with the staff report. And is there anyone present tonight to testify in opposition for this item? Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and place item 15 on the consent agenda. And with that, I believe I will entertain a motion regarding the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Danley.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as described, including meeting minutes, item A, item 9, 10, 11, 13, and 15 with the terms and conditions with each respective staff report.
Second.
Great, thank you very much. I have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Motion was by Commissioner Danley with a second by Commissioner Moore. Any further discussion? Okay, very good. Let's go ahead and call the vote.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Stanley,
Aye.
Mooney,
Aye.
all in favor. Motion carries.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for those items. Up next, we have one deferral request. This is for item number 14. It's PUD 22-61, Chrysalis Architecture at 5033 West State Street. This is a conditional use permit for a planned residential development comprised of 18 multifamily units on 0.54 acres in a C2D zone. Is the applicant present tonight? Okay. It's my understanding that they want to defer it until next week. Is there anyone present that was hoping to testify on this item? Okay, very good. At this point, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Danley,
I move that item number 14, PUD 22-61 be deferred to November 12th P and Z meeting held next week.
Second.
great, thank you. I have a motion to defer this item. The motion was by Commissioner Danley, second by Commissioner Squires. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mooney?
Yeah, when I was reviewing this, I just wanted to confirm that when we do talk about this next week, we'll break open the State Street Transit Oriented Development Plan and start looking at the Collister Drive Station, which is, this development is part of that station. I just want to make sure we're going to look at that closely.
Okay, yep, I think we can put that on the to-do list. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Moore?
just to clarify, is it the 14th?
Oh, next week's?
Yes.
Oh, did I get that wrong? I'm sorry. Thank you. Good
Of
catch.
course.
Can I revise my motion? Or does it matter?
I think we probably have it on the record. We're probably okay, but we're deferring to next Monday.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, we'll go ahead and call the vote.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard. Not here. Moore,
Aye.
Stanley.
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Great. Okay, thank you. Okay, now a couple of quick revised findings items. This will wrap up our housekeeping here tonight. This first one here is item B. This is SOS 22-15, Teely's Land Surveying. Project address is 5320 West Wiley Lane. This was a waiver to subdivision ordinance requirement to construct curb, gutter, and sidewalk as part of a minor land division on 0.99 acres in R1C zone. This item is essentially revised findings from when we heard this item at our last meeting. At this point, I would entertain a motion to open this item for any quick discussion and then a vote.
Just a motion.
Yep.
Got it. Commissioner,
Commissioner Danley.
I make a motion that we approve the revised findings for item B, SOS 22-15 as in our packet.
Second.
Terrific. Thank you. I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Danley and a second by Commissioner Moore. Is there any further discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Danley?
just real quick, I just want to commend staff. I think they did a good job capturing what we talked about. You know, it wasn't exactly something that comes along all the time, but they did a good job and very accurate in what we read. So good job.
Great. Any further discussion? Okay, very good. Again, this is item B, SOS 22-15. Motion to approve by Commissioner Danley, second by Commissioner Moore. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Stanley,
Aye.
Mooney,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And last but not least, item letter C, SOS 22-14, Stephen Tenuto at 2915 West Taft Street. Like the previous item, this was a waiver to the subdivision ordinance requirement to construct curb gutter and sidewalk as part of a minor land division on 0.28 acres in R1C zone. Again, this item is revised findings from our discussion at our last meeting. At this point, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Danley.
I make a motion that item C, SOS 22-14 be approved, including the revised findings written by staff.
Second.
Great, thank you. I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Danley and a second by Commissioner Moore. Any further discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Moore.
I'll take this one. I think, yeah, the revised findings capture our discussion pretty accurately and have no changes.
Okay, great. Very good. We'll go ahead and call the roll.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Stanley,
Aye.
Mooney,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, that does it for our housekeeping tonight. We'll go ahead and return back to the top of our agenda and start out with our hearings on item number 1. This is DRH 22-116. This is the Southeast Neighborhood Association. Project address is 1301 South Euclid Avenue. This is an appeal of a design review approval to construct a duplex on 0.14 acres, a substandard lot in an R2D zone. And we're going to hear from staff first. Caitlin Manouge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Caitlin Manouge at the Design Review Division. This is an appeal of a design review application, DRH 22-00116, a duplex on a substandard lot at 1301 South Euclid Avenue. The application was approved administratively on May 24th. The Southeast Neighborhood Association appealed the approval on June 2nd. The Design Review Committee heard the appeal on July 13th and denied the appeal, and the Neighborhood Association appealed the Design Review Committee decision on July 22nd, and now the appeal is before the Planning and Zoning Commission. The site is located at the southwest corner of Rossi Street and Euclid Avenue. Surrounding uses include both single-family and multifamily residential. This large building to the northeast is Albertsons. Boise State University is about a block away to the north, and there's a church on the south side of the subject block. The Southeast Neighborhood Association provided 2 grounds for their appeal: that the project does not provide the required open space and that parking requirements have not been met. For a duplex, each unit is required to provide a minimum of 375 square feet of open space in the rear yard with a minimum 15-foot dimension and no dimension less than 5 feet. The applicant has identified 2 375 square foot open space areas at the rear of the property that meet this requirement, and the Design Review Committee approved the site design at their hearing. Another point of the appeal was that the project does not provide the required parking. The zoning ordinance requires 4 off-street parking spaces for a duplex. The applicant is proposing to provide 3 full-size parking spaces on the subject property and secure a 4th parking stall on a nearby property within a 5-minute walk. And a condition of approval requires the recorded parking agreement to be submitted prior to issuance of a building permit. The Design Review Committee was in favor of utilizing a parking agreement, and the city is supportive of parking agreements in areas where alternative transportation is available. This property is within walking and biking distance to a grocery store and other commercial services along Broadway, Boise State University, and the bus transit line on Broadway, and the neighborhood is walkable and bikeable. The planning team finds that the project complies with the parking requirements. In conclusion, the planning team believes the project complies with all Boise City Code requirements, including the substandard lot and duplex requirements, and recommends denial of the appeal. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Caitlin. Next, we'll hear from the appellant. I think Mr. Berg with Sina. I see Eric, you're online. Can you hear us okay?
I sure can.
Good evening. If you can start with your name and address for the record, please.
Eric Berg, 1301 South Grant Ave. Is there a way I can share my screen for PowerPoint?
Yeah, give us 1 minute to get the tech organized on our side.
Fan. Is that working for everybody?
Yeah, we can see it.
Excellent. All right. So for every rule and code, one can usually point to a development that didn't work out or wasn't compatible to show what the impetus behind that being enshrined into code was. And living in the Boise Broadway Beacon Triangle, I'm intimately aware of the shortcomings of the code over the years that have necessitated changes, especially when it comes to duplexes. These changes have made a positive difference and need to be adhered to. That's why the board of the Southeast Neighborhood Association voted unanimously to appeal this project, both the administrative review approval and the design review rejection of the appeal, because these things need to be, because it does not meet the parking or open space requirements set out in code. And the solution to these things and these deficiencies have been shown to be unworkable. This project simply doesn't fit the parcel as designed. And this is evidence to the degree to which they are violating the code. It's true that the Lincoln property has an extra parking space in the first, it's not true, rather, sorry, that the Lincoln property has an extra parking space to move in the first place. There is nothing about parking in the variance. The Lincoln project was granted to use a 5-foot setback when it was originally allowed. It was approved with a 10-foot setback, and if you see in their approval from April, it required them to revise the site plan to meet that. In June, they got a setback to go to 5 feet, but it never went any beyond 5 feet. It says that the setback can encroach 5 feet, but is not, all other setbacks were to be met. And note that this is a C1D zone, and this was a variance, not a rezone. When I talked to planning about this, they said, well, the city has 2.5-foot setbacks in the duplex code, but the problem is that is specifically for residential R1, R2 situations. It's not for a C1D zone. So the original project that they're trying to move the parking from, 1207 Lincoln, simply doesn't meet this requirement. As you can see, their 5 parking spaces is only occurring because they're getting within 2.5 feet of the or they're encroaching into the setback an extra 2.5 feet more than they are allowed on the variance. So first of all, they claim they have 5 parking spots off the 1207 Lincoln property and that they can move one via parking sharing operation to the Euclid property. That's simply not correct. The other reality is 1207 Lincoln is already underparked. This is the front of 1207 Lincoln. As you can see on the site plan, that is not a parking space on there, but it is used as such because this is a underparked building. It's got 10 bedrooms in it, and the 5 parking spaces in the back plus parking space in the front are constantly full. So the idea that they would actually be utilizing this parking space from Euclid seems a bit of a stretch because it would more likely be full. Finally, when we really look at this, this is 5 blocks or 1/3 of a mile away. It kind of strains credulity that a person would park their car on Lincoln, walk all the way back to Euclid when they could just get a residential permit. There has been a suggestion that this could be instead a shared parking with a property on Manitou. That would be far better given the fact that that is something that might actually be used. The biggest problem here is the lack of private open space. At the end of the day, we are required to have 375 square feet of private open space located in the rear or side yard. Must have a minimum dimension of 15 feet, but may include setbacks. This was the original design, which was approved administratively. They've since changed this to this design. Now, in regards to the open space, we're looking for 375 square feet. Unit A qualifies for that. Unit B does not. I've gone over this plan a million times, taking the 1/8 of an inch to a foot. And I am confused how they find 375 square feet out of that unit B area, because every single time I've measured it, it's 9 feet by 33 feet in total for 297 square feet, 20% below the requirement. It also doesn't meet the standard of having a 15-foot minimum dimension. It's only 9 feet wide at any point. And the patio is 7.5 feet by 9 feet, half of which is a walkway. In fact, 63 feet out of the 108 feet of cement is walkway access to the property. That clearly doesn't meet the standard for private open space as much as it would need to be open to walk through. Without this walkway, there would need to be open. The patio becomes only 7.5 feet by 6 feet. Having lived in the area, there are two primary uses for these patios: patio tables and beer pong tables. Standard, I had to look this up. The standard beer pong table is apparently 4 feet by 8 feet, size of a normal piece of plywood. And if you look at the right, these are suggestions for minimum recommended outdoor patio size for patio tables. A 7.5 foot by 6 foot patio isn't going to fit either of these. It's not large enough to be of any use. Okay, so let's get to the standard review for appeals. This allows decisions to be reversed or modified for 5 reasons, and we're asking for this appeal to be upheld under standard 5 and 6. Under standard 5, the design was made in disregards, or sorry, the decision was made in disregards to the facts and circumstances presented. This is due to the fact the project does not meet the open space or parking requirements. Under standard 6, the decision was not supported by substantial evidence that the shared parking would be ineffective or inusable by residents of 1301 South Euclid, given the fact that it is a third of a mile away. Therefore, under Part B of the standard, an error is found, and the review body decision may be reversed or modified. Design review talked about what they thought fit, but did not address the issue that regardless of that opinion, the code very obviously says it doesn't fit because it doesn't meet the open space requirement. What we're asking for is to accept the appeal, reverse the approval on the grounds that it doesn't meet the standards as has been shown here. And then from there, you have 2 options. You can reject it as submitted and encourage the applicant to bring back a project that meets the code, or modify the approval with conditions such as requiring the shared parking to be off of Manitou, or to change the design and dimension standards so that they can have the actual required amount of private open space for Unit B. A former city council member used to say that when one looks at a huge list of exemptions and conditions and variations on a project, you have to wonder if it just doesn't fit. There have been many corner lot developments in this area that we've been fine with because they met code. Across the street is a triplex that we didn't have any comment on. And there's a single family house with an ADU that was just built up Euclid. The difference is that both of these met the code, whereas this project doesn't. We have no problem with something being built, but we just ask that it be built to the code that the city and planning and zoning have wisely built in to make for good development throughout the city. I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Thanks, Eric. We'll sit tight on questions for the moment. First, we're going to hear from the applicant now. Please come up to the dais there, or the podium.
Caitlin also has a PowerPoint presentation for us. And I'm Cheryl Chamness, the property owner.
And I'm McKenna Ramos, representative of Coba Homes.
Okay, great. Can we get an address for you as well?
1301 South Euclid Avenue.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Okay. What is currently on the lot is a 1-bedroom, 1-bath house. And it's basically in the urban core of the southeast neighborhood. There's no alley parking as the original home was built to the alley. And the condition of the house is so poor that it's not rentable. And it's really of no benefit to the neighborhood whatsoever. And as I'm sure many of the folks in this area know, there's just a desperate need for student housing there. So which is why we're choosing to do a duplex. The plan that was approved by the city, it's an 8-bedroom duplex, and that will provide the much needed housing. I purposely left the patios off of here because I just wanted to show that there are other options. There's a lot of yard available, and I just fenced it in so that you can see how much yard is available. The front area has a 5-foot porch. So that is the 3-bedroom side that you're looking at here. And then as you walk down To the alley side, that's going to be our 5-bedroom side. And the 5-bedroom side is where the bulk of our parking is, which that will eliminate a lot of the street parking. And most importantly, this is in a really walkable area. So the likelihood of all of the tenants bringing their vehicles is pretty slim. So I'm just standing on the corner of the lot here, and you can see there's the backside of Albertsons, and then there's 3 houses that separate us from Albertsons, and then of course Broadway is right there. So anybody renting here, really, it's not a necessity to have a car. And then if you just kind of pivot to the other side, there's Boise State. So again, a student doesn't necessarily need to have a car to live in this duplex. This is the site plan that we have just all looked at. And the positioning of this outdoor space was a collaboration between our architect and the city. And I just kind of drove around the different alleyways because, you know, the city standard is a 9-foot wide parking space, but if you drive behind all the duplexes, you can see that there's plenty of room for more than 3 cars. These kids are not driving SUVs like a Suburban. They're not driving F-350 trucks. They're driving very small SUVs and cars. You can see by their little pony wall fence there, there's probably 5 or 6 feet between that SUV. And there's just a ton of room in between each car. So this is a duplex with a standard size pad that has 4 cars very loosely fit in their parking pad. This is my Lincoln duplex that we own. And this one, you can see there are 5 cars parked here. And again, we've got 5 or 6 feet between the fence line. I mean, there's just adequate parking. You can also see the manner in which we care for our properties. We have brand new gravel. There's no potholes behind our property. There's no mattresses. There's no beer cans. We keep a weekly maintenance program. We care for the property very much. We have fencing so that our tenants have adequate privacy. And again, if these kids were to tighten up, I mean, 6 cars would easily fit there, but we have a very loose 5 there very comfortably. And then this property has, I think, 3 doors down. No, there's one in between us here. And these guys have 6 across. Now they're obviously pushing the limits, but it's just to show you, look, there's a massive truck there and there's still 6 cars in there. So 1207 Lincoln has an additional non-recurring parking spot that would be designated for 1301. And I do see Mr. Burke's point to this. It is a little bit far. And at our last meeting, we talked about Mr. Koba, who owns the property on 1210 South Manitou, has said that that could be an option. And that's about 5 houses away. We're still very available to do that. He's still very willing to do that. And then the outdoor space. So like we talked about earlier, I just wrapped this fence so you can get a sense of how much yard space there is. There's also a 5-foot patio that wraps around the front of the area. So there's a lot of space for them to hang out. And to note, for Mr. Berg's concern about a beer pong table, our leases require that nothing is left out front. And we'll get to that in a little bit, but I don't think we can make decisions based on the potential for a beer pong table. And then you can see kind of the wraparound area here. And that's the amount of space that we kind of have over the side. And there's obviously going to be some flexibility that we are willing to take into consideration. And if we need to move it around, we're more than willing to. I just kind of wanted to get a big overview of the property so that there are options. So when you have a big yard, guess what you invite? So this is the house next door to our Lincoln duplex. And this is me standing in my backyard. And this is what you do when you have a large backyard. When you have a lot of space to deal with, you pretty much attract the tenants that don't have a lot of pride in their home environment. Certainly they're a good time, but their expectations for what their landlord's expectation, all these different, they're just different. And you choose a property like this for one reason only, because the living conditions inside are pretty disgusting. And as you can see, this property owner does not care for the yard. And this is a semi-regular occurrence. This is another property. And as a mom of 2 college students and a nephew who's also in college, I can tell you what the kids do. The kids that want to host the parties rent the old dilapidated houses with the big yards. And the kids that want to live in a nice, clean home environment rent these homes. They do what they call their pregame, which means they have a drink and then they head to the big backyards. So I'm standing in this backyard while I'm taking the pictures, and this is what my backyard looks like right next to what was going on next door. And that's because the 10 girls that live in here dispersed to the big backyards because they don't want it at their house. And per their lease, they're not allowed to have it at their house. So quality for our properties, we have the highest of standards. I pulled up on, what did I pull? Wednesday, thank you. I pulled up on Wednesday I didn't give the kids any notice that I was coming. And this is my house. The girls had purchased a little scarecrow. They're only allowed to hang Boise State flags and the American flag. That's per their lease. And this is how the house looked. There's no garbage out front. The patio furniture that you'll see on the porch, I purchased. I happen to be an interior designer, so I love to do these things. They're not allowed to change it. There's no beer pong tables allowed. There's no couches allowed. There's no old recliners allowed. They're allowed to use the furniture that we provide for them from the front yard, and they all agree. Here's my neighbor. You can see they've got just trash everywhere. There's beer bottles. There's a big backyard. There's just a ton of garbage. That fence is rarely ever closed. And there's a soaking wet recliner. So and then you can kind of see the furniture that's provided. And then we also furnish our apartments because I don't want to deal with when the kids go home to Washington, Oregon, other parts of this state, California, wherever they're going home to, most of the time they don't have a spot for that furniture. So it ends up in the alleyways and the dumpsters. As per, we have, I think 3 or 4 doors down, we have a couple chairs and a mattress in this alleyway. So we provide the furniture. And so here's our kitchens. You can see we provide the counter stools. Those will never end up in the alley. We provide the laundry, and then we provide a pantry with a second fridge. Again, this is all provided by us. All the kids sign a lease. They also know that $250 of the deposit does not go back to them because I clean all the furniture and I have the house professionally cleaned for the next group. Everybody has their own bathroom. There's no issues there. You can see these guys, they have a shower, their own vanity, their own sink, and then everybody has a very well-organized closet. And the kids take a lot of pride in these places. This is not, your Thrasher property, and the property on Euclid will be to the same standards. And again, here's our backyard. You can see the difference. This was me just showing up on Wednesday. This was not giving them any warning. So we just wanted to thank you for your consideration and kind of hope you guys will consider kind of the way that we manage our projects in this.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, typically at this point, we hear from the neighborhood association, but since the neighborhood association is the appellant, and they've already presented, I'm going to check in with legal on that. Did they present again? Good, okay. As the appellant, we're good there. So now we'll bring it back before the commission to ask any questions of the appellant, the applicant, or staff.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
So I think this is a question for maybe staff. It's funny, I actually knew somebody who rented this house for a few years and just recently moved from that house. So I'm really familiar with this house. But my biggest question, the residential parking passes, do you have to pay, or is there any cost to those if you're in a zone?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moore, I don't know if there is a cost to those. I know that's handled by our city clerk's office. And I think there are some parameters for obtaining one. And I know they have some say in the amount of parking permits that they're issuing per block. They kind of keep track of how many they're issuing.
Yeah, and if the applicant knows, and
Hold up. Sorry. Hang tough. 1 second. Yeah.
no, please. If,
Okay. If you want to answer, that'd be great to come up to the podium. Sorry.
The students they file for a street parking permit, and what they do is they submit their lease to the city.
Okay. Thank you. And then, Mr. Chair.
Please.
So for the shared parking agreement, I think we were seeing pictures of cars kind of lined up kind of look like over parking or over property lines. Is there any sort of landscaping requirement? I think my biggest concern is if they're parking over property lines in a alleyway, where does the trash go and they're cycling and things like that? Do those just go on the neighbor's property and the neighbors have to deal with it?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moore, the duplex ordinance allows the 2-foot side setbacks for parking if you have a fence. So you do have to have a fence on both sides to make sure that you're not kind of encroaching into the neighbor's property.
Okay. Commissioner Squires?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mhm.
This is for staff. So the applicant mentioned that 1210 Manitou may be an additional option for alternative parking. Has staff evaluated that site? Is that appropriate? I think personally, I would be more interested in that being part of the parking agreement, but just would like to hear from you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Squires, yeah, the design review committee also liked that option better, but they didn't require it in their approval. I did take a look at that site. They do have 5 parking spaces that were approved and they meet our requirements. So they do have an extra parking space.
Thank you. And just one follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. So we heard from the Neighborhood Association that the math doesn't work for the open space. Can you walk us through how you came up with the 375 square feet for each location?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Squires, I did utilize a PDF that had a scale on it, and I did do the measurements myself, and I was able to get spaces that exceed the 375 square feet. So I don't think it's even tight, really. I think it can definitely work.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Sorry. Yeah.
how, for staff, how, for these parking agreements and the alternative that the owner presented, I don't have much, if any, experience with that. Is that common? It seems to violate the spirit of the code.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mooney, parking agreements are pretty common. We like to see them in places where there are more areas that are more walkable. So we probably wouldn't be supportive of one if it was a neighborhood that didn't have sidewalks and wasn't very walkable. In this location, we like to see parking being utilized to the fullest extent. So if a property does have an extra parking space beyond what is required, we're supportive of a parking agreement. They submit that parking agreement to us. We approve it. So we approve the language. We have our legal staff review it as well if we have any questions. And then they do record it with the county.
Mr. Chair, another follow-up for staff. Same thing with the open space. It seems the code's intent is for whoever lived there. Obviously, this is duplex code. It's not student housing code. Because not necessarily students may live there in the future. So the open space intent is for the people that live in that threeplex to be able to enjoy some private space, and it's around the backside. What's staff's thoughts about the intent of the code regarding open space for a duplex?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mooney. So this duplex is a front unit and a back unit. Just because of the layout of the site. And our code does require the open space be in the rear yard. So that front unit could utilize the street side yard if they wanted to utilize that. But to meet the code, they also have that private open space kind of along the street side there. And the applicant has provided a walkway to it. So it is private in the sense that they don't have to cross the back unit's property area to get to their area. So in that regard, I believe it meets the intent of the code that they each have their own separate private open space.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Kaylin, to clarify, a question for you, I guess, to start. If we were to switch the parking agreement to, is it 1210 Manitou
Mhm.
with the address? Let me sure I can do that with a condition. I think I lost sight. Do you own that property at 1210 Manitou, or is that a different owner? You own that property. Okay. So you're obviously in agreement with this potential point. Okay, great. Okay, and then I guess while we're on that subject, Mr. Berg, are you still with us?
Yes, sir.
Eric, would you be amenable to that condition, switching addresses, the parking condition, moving to 1210 Manitou?
I think that would be a much improvement. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I guess, Caitlin, back on the open space discussion. So is this site plan we're looking at here? Is this the site plan that design review approved?
Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Okay, so the site plan really hasn't changed at all from the initial submittal.
Mr. Chair, there was an administrative submittal. Previously, it was a little different, but the layout is very close to what it originally was.
Okay.
And then this was the design that they showed at the design review committee appeal hearing, and this is the design that the design review committee approved.
Okay, terrific. Okay, any other questions for staff, appellant, applicant? Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. Okay, we'll go ahead then and open up this item for public testimony. If you'd like to testify on this item and you're in person, you can queue up here at the podium. And if you're online, please go ahead and raise your hand to testify. Okay, very good. No takers. So next we'll go back and we'll wrap up with rebuttal here. We'll start out, I mean, there's no testimony to rebut per se, but we'll start with the applicant first. You'll have 5 minutes for a quick rebuttal.
Just want to say that we are just in agreement with the Manitou parking option, and the outdoor space is almost like a second choice for the people on the 3-bedroom side. That is, that meets the requirement, but they also have that big wraparound porch. They also have quite a bit of yard space out front. And I know Mr. Berg is concerned about people bringing things out front, leaving them. It's just not going to happen. It's in their lease. And we have weekly people that come by, and it's just something that we take very seriously, and it hasn't happened at our current property. So it's something that they're required to sign off for. And then given that layout of the property, we designed it so that in the event that we do have 8 cars, I don't think we will. It's just too close to everything. But in the event that we have 8 cars there, only 3 of them are likely to be on the street, 1 on Rossi, maybe 2 on Euclid. There's room for the other 5 around the back. And with that parking pad, there is enough room for them to stay on it. We don't need to encroach into the neighbors. So unless somebody comes in with like their RV or something, but there should be plenty of room. So, and thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Okay, next we'll hear from the appellant, Mr. Berg, for your rebuttal.
Thank you.
Mhm.
So I just want to make clear, the issue here is not that, I agree the current house is unrentable and needs to be replaced, and there's certainly good things to be had for newer housing stock. That's not really the issue here. And I appreciate that, these guys go to great lengths to try and be good neighbors. But again, that isn't relevant to this. If you can show me a site plan that actually has the dimensions on it such that it shows that that isn't a 33-foot by 9-foot space, then, that's something else to talk about. But from every site plan that I've gotten directly from the city, it appears it's 33 by 9, which does not equal 375 and does not meet the 15-foot minimum requirement. And I just want to point out one thing about the importance of this parking is we're starting to go on this, well, we can maybe fit more cars in there. This obviously shows we have a severe parking issue here. You can see from the pictures from the applicants that one of theirs showed 5 out of 5 spots parked, just like I've seen, and then we've seen the other one in the front yard. The fact is that we need to either look into requiring more parking for duplexes that are 3+ bedrooms, which is going to come into the new code. It looks like, or there are no limits on residential parking per block. So that's another thing we may want to work on. My biggest point to this is that at the end of the day, I'm not trying to say that, you know, these are going to be good or bad tenants or anything else. And I wasn't trying to make a point with the beer pong, except that this space is too small to even do that. The space is too thin to even put a table in. These things won't be used in this manner. This is a 50-foot lot. There's 33 feet of the of that open space. Then there's a 3-foot pathway, and there's the 7 feet that gets you to, or about 6 feet that gets you to the property line. So I would just ask that the commission require them to do, as it sounds like we can do, to change the parking agreement with the Manitou property, which I think would fix that issue. And then put a requirement in to revise this site plan to meet the standards so that there is, you know, usable open space for the tenants. And I don't think that's too much to ask, and neither do I think it would be much of a problem. The applicant said that there's plenty of room to make that work, then let's make that work. I would point out that the standard says that you can use it on a side yard or a rear yard. You can't put it in the front yard for that usable open space. So, you know, hopefully we can come up with and I'd be happy to sit down with them and come up with a site plan that meets that requirement. But until that point, the appeal should be upheld and the approval should be rejected or required to be modified to meet the clear standard of the code that requires 15 foot by 375 square foot space. And I just want to say the reason I care about this is I live next to a 4-bedroom per side duplex. I live a block from this. And I have seen the difference it makes when you have places that have, not asking for a big yard, just enough yard to be able to do some socializing, do some getting out in the open. And if you don't have that, and if it's not usable, it ends up either on the parking facility, which moves the parking to everywhere else in the neighborhood, or it ends up in the front yard or even on sidewalks at times. So there's a reason why this is in the code, and there's a reason why we should require builders to follow that code. If you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I just encourage you to require this project to meet the clear code.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Berg. And with that, we'll go ahead and bring this item back before the commission to render a decision. Again, this is DRH 22-116.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Squires.
hopefully I don't bungle this too much. So I make a motion to deny the appeal of DRH 22-116 and modify condition B to state that prior to building permit submittal, provide a recorded copy of the parking agreement with 1210 Manitou and all the other conditions that need to be met with this application.
A second.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion to deny the appeal. The motion was by Commissioner Squires and the second was by Commissioner Moore. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I think we found a solution for the parking that is much more palatable for the neighborhood and for myself. You know, regarding the open space, for me, if staff says it meets the requirement, it meets the requirement. And I'm not going to question them on that. And so with that, I will just ask for the commission's support.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
And just to add on to that, obviously I'm in support of the motion. I think, you know, our packet, page 66, kind of lays out staff's interpretation of private open space is a minimum one minimum dimension of 15 feet, but no dimension smaller than 5 feet. And I think as shown on the plan, that's kind of how I see the open space provided, is kind of laying out. So I think the way that it is written in code is a little bit confusing, but this interpretation in our packet does kind of adhere or is consistent with the plans that we're provided. And then on the parking, being familiar with that site, I know that it is incredibly walkable, easily walkable to BSU. And so I think that that's reasonable. And large yards, small yard, there's not always the guarantee that you're going to own the property and that when you sell it or whatever, the ownership may change and have different values. That's always something to contend with as well, how future owners are going to use it as well. But I think all things considered, I think it's appropriate for that corner.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mooney.
Thanks to the owner. Obviously, from the pictures, a great approach to this housing challenge. I'm going to support the motion primarily for the reasons Commissioner Squires laid out already, but I also like to thank Sina and Mr. Berg for bringing this to our attention. And I think we heard the parking solution as a additional condition. That's great. I'm still a little scratching my head about the open space, but based on the owner's track record, it looks like that hopefully will work. And I also don't want to question staff on what the PDF 1/8 to 1 inch looks like for measurements.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Danley, any thoughts? Nope. Okay, very good. Thanks all for the discussion. Thanks to the applicant and the appellant and staff. I will be supporting the motion as well. I think we have found a nice solution with the parking as discussed. And I also agree, I think, with staff's blessing on the open space and their understanding of the code and the intent, I'm comfortable proceeding with the motion as stated by Commissioner Squires. So I'll do one last call for any final thoughts. And with that, we'll go ahead and call the roll. Again, this is DRH 22-116. We have a motion to deny the appeal. Motion was by Commissioner Squires and the second was by Commissioner Moore. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires. Aye. Blanchard. Oops. Moore,
Aye.
Danley,
Aye.
Mooney,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. We'll be back at 7:04. This is PUD 22-51 and SUB 22-54. Riley Planning Services and Crew James Subdivision. The address is 2801 West Palouse Street. This is a conditional use permit for planned residential development comprised of 30 townhomes on 0.49 acres in R2D DA zone, and then the associated preliminary plat for said subdivision. First, we'll hear from staff, Ms. Jessie Lyle.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the item before you is an application for planned residential development comprised of 30 townhomes. At the October 3rd meeting, the applicant presented a site plan showing 7 townhomes fronting Palouse with the drive aisle located on the east side of the site. There was public testimony concerning the massing of the building and the location of the drive aisle that headlights from the development would negatively impact the property at 2750 Palouse Street. After discussion on these points, the commission voted to defer the application and gave the applicant direction to modify the submitted plans to address the massing and the driveway placement. The applicant has declined to make these modifications and has not submitted revised plans. The planning team has not made any changes to its original recommendation. However, the commission may approve, deny, or modify any conditions proposed. And tonight, a recommendation on the subdivision and a decision on the PUD is needed, and I'll stand for questions.
Okay, thanks, Jesse. All right, next we'll hear from the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Penelope Constantakis, Riley Planning Services, Post Office Box 405, Boise, Idaho 83701. No, we did not submit any modifications to the site plan. I just want to go through the approval criteria that is in Boise City Code and also discussed in the staff report. So location is compatible to other uses in the general neighborhood. This is truly an infill site and with close proximity to transit, which is a straight shot to the downtown hub. It's walkable for all kinds of services. Before I go any further, I'm not going to use much time and I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to the developer, if that's okay. Thank you. The proposed use will not place an undue burden on transportation and other public facilities. To the opposite, it supports transit strongly. There's no additional public facilities that need to be constructed. It doesn't expand police or fire EMS service areas. It supports transit, which is really important. Not everybody wants to use transit, but when we have a site that's so close to a bus stop and it goes straight to downtown, which is how you get anywhere else in the city. So I think that probably we passed muster on that one. Next one is site is large enough to accommodate the proposed use, et cetera, et cetera. Well, we're one space short of tripling the guest parking on this site. We had 3, which was what was required. We now have 8. We now have 8 guest parking spaces on the site. Plus we have 3 amenities, which is more than we're required to have. I don't think there's any question that the site is large enough to accommodate the proposed use, as well as those amenities and extras that make a project more livable. The proposed use, if it complies with all conditions imposed, will not adversely impact other property in the vicinity. We would submit to the commission that there is no adverse impact. On a personal note, I live right next to the Spring Hill on Park Center, although I just moved. Adverse impact is when you listen to a generator running all night associated with an RV that's parked in the parking lot. An adverse impact is listening to an industrial dryer for 14 hours a day and having 50 decibels in your bedroom. That's an adverse impact. 2 or 3 seconds of lights flashing can be easily solved with curtains. It's not an adverse impact. The proposed use is in compliance with the comprehensive plan. Jesse did an excellent job of extracting out of the blueprint Boise a good selection of ways that the project is supported by the comp plan. And finally, with regard to multifamily buildings with 2 or more residences, that's what design review is all about. I spent over 7 years on Boise City Design Review Committee, and I have to say that I'm sure that them, in association with the excellent design review staff that you have here at the City of Boise, that whatever design elements need to be modified, that will be taken care of at that venue. And with that, I'm going to yield to Mr. Martinez. Thank you.
Steve Martinez, 9165 West State Street, Boise, Idaho, 83714. Mr. Commissioner and fellow commissioners, just wanted to give a history of the project. This project has come before you a few different times. We bought this property in early 2001 with the goal of bringing workforce housing to Boise. Felt like that was in line with the city's goals at that time. Unless the plan has changed, I still feel like that is within the city's goals here currently. We met with the city to determine what the highest and best use for this project was. At that time, we were asked to use a zone that is currently in the toolbox. It was the LO zone, and I think that's what P&Z had the biggest heartache on. But they also had the heartache on the density. And so the project was denied at that time. We then went to the city council. The city council actually was in favor of the density. They had no problem with the density. They had a problem with the zone. In fact, there was a comment made at the city council meeting, is there any other zone that we can apply for to keep the density? We know we need the housing stock. We know that this is a product that is well suited for the area. And so it got denied based on that. So the original project was going to be 44 units. So after going both through the process, we went back to the drawing board. We changed the zone. We reduced the density. We changed the style of the buildings from modern to traditional. We lowered the building heights. We moved buildings away from lot lines based on neighborhood concern. We added parking above and beyond what was requested by code. We added amenities above and beyond what was asked of code. We have met with neighbors, neighborhood associations, several times to address their concerns and issues, and really felt like we had addressed everyone's issue. So we were surprised when we met last month and were denied or postponed based on a headlight issue. I also want to point out, and this is a frustration on our end, and it's a frustration within the development community, and it's probably got to be a frustration within the city. We had 4 different planners on this project. That's 4 different visions of what our project should be. That's 4 different people with ideas of what we should be adding and deleting. I'm not throwing staff under the bus. They all had great input. They were all great to work with, but for a short amount of time to have 4 different project managers on this job just had us ping-ponging all over the place, adding time and headache. The problem with the proposed project now is that the affordable aspect is completely gone. And that I know the city council is going to be very sad to hear. We lost 14 units. We've lost the time that it has taken to get to this point. Interest rates have gone up. Cost of building has gone up. We anticipate this about a $7 million hit to this project. I know the city doesn't care about profitability, but they should when they're talking about affordable housing. As someone that builds affordable housing, I think that that is something that the city needs to take as a component if you want that to continue in your city. If the city's goal is to raise the cost of housing and add burdensome and unnecessary time to the process, then you guys are doing a great job. I feel like this has been very frustrating from our perspective as we've been trying to morph this project into what the city would like to see, and yet we keep the goalpost keeps getting moved and moved and moved. With regard to the lights, and I'd love for the graphic of the project back up. If the commission would have taken 30 seconds to look at this map, you will notice that our drive aisle is pointed at a detached garage. It's not pointed at their house. No matter where we put this driveway, every car that turns, they're going to get a 3-second shine of light going in and out of this project, just as we are going to get that same 3-second light of somebody across the street coming out of this project. It's very frustrating that to sit here, and I've been out there several times at night with headlights, and it's shining exactly on their detached garage. And yet we got deferred because the neighbor who wasn't here at the last hearing, they are here tonight, didn't even show up to complain. It was the neighbor next door to them. And I don't know their circumstances, but if it was a big enough deal, I felt like they should have been here to talk about that. We purposely lined our driveway with their driveway so that it wouldn't have a negative impact on headlights into their home. So to be deferred because of that was quite shocking the last meeting. If the city is actually going to get serious about density and affordability, you are going to have to make some tough decisions. And if headlights shining in a garage is a tough decision, I really struggle with the decisions that you're going to have to make going forward with other density and affordability issues. And so obviously you can tell I'm frustrated by this process, frustrated by the ping-ponging of the staff and the time that's been to get to this point. But it's really come to the point where our goal is to keep moving as is with this design. So thank you for your time.
Okay. Next, we'll hear from the Neighborhood Association, which is the Vista Neighborhood Association. Do we have anybody representing? Yep. Okay. Looks like you're online.
Hi, am I able to share video?
You are. Yeah. Ms. Russell, could you start with your name and address, please, for the record?
Mia Russell. My address is 3825 West Lemhi Street. I don't see an option to show video. Looks like I can just mute them. There we go. Awesome. Thank you. It just makes it a little more personal so you can see who's representing. So I am going to read a letter that is approved by the Vista Neighborhood Association. We have met extensively on this project over the past 15 months, and this is our consensus. The Vista Neighborhood Association, VNA, has reviewed the site plan and noticed no changes after P&Z asked Riley Planning to consider changes when this item was tabled last month. After reviewing and discussion, the VNA has concerns, continuing concerns, about this development moving forward for the following reasons. The neighbors, along with our association, have voiced concerns to Penelope at Riley Planning and Boise Planning and Zoning over the past 15 months, mainly regarding the massing or slot development of 7 townhomes fronting Palouse Street. This large wall of townhomes, all connected, does not fit into the aesthetic or historic integrity of our older neighborhood. At the October 3, 2022 meeting, multiple P&Z commissioners and the VNA and concerned neighbors expressed concerns regarding how stark this will be. Yet Riley Planning continues to submit the same plan and expect a different outcome. They seem to be toned up to the needs and desires of the community. The existing streetscape on this section of Palouse Street is one that includes single-family homes with larger lots, established landscaping, and beautiful large trees. We are concerned that the proposed plan includes a single row, as I mentioned, of 7 attached homes and minimal frontage. If approved as proposed, the contrast between the existing homes and the development, again, will be very stark. 15 months later, we still believe that attached homes in a duplex or triplex would be more fitting for the portion which directly faces Palouse Street. Along with this, the existing dwellings are a variety of designs, and we ask for a very design aesthetic for all structures facing a street to be considered for the new project. Row homes on the interior portion of the property will not interfere with the streetscape, and we support denser housing with row homes on the interior of the lot. At the Boise City Council meeting, February 15th, 2022, the rezone was approved with direction to Planning and Zoning Commission and the Design Review Committee for future entitlements. They suggested to provide off-site, this is a quote, provide off-site pedestrian connections to Lemhi Street to provide better connectivity to the neighborhood. Riley Planning did not incorporate the connectivity, and the Vista Neighborhood Association was told at the neighborhood meeting that this was just a recommendation, and Riley Planning decided not to go forward with the recommendation. This pedestrian walkway between Palouse and Lemhi would add better connection to the neighborhood, and the Vista Neighborhood Association is disappointed that this was completely disregarded, as most of our comments have been. At last month's meeting, Riley Planning said that this was not considered because Lemhi Street has a curve in it. I'd like to remind them that people walk on streets with curves every day. And in fact, by providing a walkway through to Palouse Street, neighbors would even have another route around the curve on Lemhi Street. During the public meeting last month, as well as previous meetings on January 3rd, 2022, the driveway location in and out of the development has been identified as a concern. As submitted, it is in line with 2750 West Palouse Street. Palouse, and with most of the traffic turning right to go into Vista Ave, the headlights will flash directly into this home. So if you're going out and you turn right and the garage is there and their house is there, it's going to shine into their home. Again, in the statements from the January meeting, the PUD was the time to address this concern. Now is that time. The VNA hopes that you consider and address this. Visitor parking is another concern. With 30 proposed units and 8 visitor parking spots, the VNA asked for the neighborhood meeting if Riley Planning could add more, and we were met with silence. We accept that there will be more traffic We understand that this property is going to be developed, but we hope that additional visitor spots will be considered and added to the final design. In summary, our primary concerns about the new site plan include concerns over the massive homes on Palouse Street, maintaining the existing streetscape and design aesthetic in our neighborhood, walkable connectivity within the neighborhood, neighbors' homes being directly in line with the driveway, and the limited number of visitor parking spots. If Riley Planning would make the changes that have continually been suggested by neighbors, the VNA, the Planning and Zoning Commission, the City Council, this development could be a great addition to our neighborhood. We recognize the need for housing, and we know that the Vista neighborhood is a great place to live. Indeed, we call it home. We request that you will consider our thoughts when reviewing this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Okay, we'll go ahead and open this up for any questions of the commission for staff, the applicant, or the neighborhood association. Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and move on to public testimony then. Today, we have a few folks sign up. If you sign up and you're in person, please queue up here at the podium. And you'll each have 3 minutes to testify. Please start with your name and address.
My name is Natasha Tolley, and I live at 2750 West Palouse Street. So, Mr. Chair and esteemed commissioners, thank you for allowing us the opportunity to speak tonight. As you're well aware, this has been a very long and drawn out process that starts back in March 30th, 2021 with the CAR 21-12. This is my 5th time speaking in regard to this project, along with multitude of letters that I've sent to the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council. From the very beginning, I've opposed this project. I've attended the required multiple neighborhood meetings with the developer. During the last neighborhood meeting, I specifically asked the developer if it was a possibility to move the driveway and address the massing along Palouse. I was told no. This is in conjunction with the concerns that Commissioner Mooney made about the driveway and Commissioner Gillespie voiced concerns about the massing, which Commissioner Blanchard has voiced concerns about in previous projects. This can be found in the transcript from the January 3rd, 2022 meeting. We were told that this would be addressed in the PUD. Now is the time, and this is the PUD. In the past, I've shown pictures of our street and single-family homes with large lots. The commission has made statements about what is consistent and expected in a neighborhood setting. A large block of 7 homes facing Palouse isn't what is expected in this neighborhood setting. Additionally, the impact to my home is significant with the increase of traffic and the alignment of the driveway to my homes. The following information is from a letter by ACHD by Don Battles to the developer's agent Penelope Constantikis, which is dated 10/10/2022. The current flow of traffic is 28 trips per day. With the new proposed unit, there are additional 174 trips per day. That is a 600% increase in traffic. With the alignment of my driveways and this project, I will have the possibility of headlights flashing across my home 174 times a day. I ask, which one of you commissioners would want to live in that situation? In a phone conversation with Don Battles of ACHD dated 10/9/2022, she stated as a general rule, they preferred road alignment with existing roadways and duly advised that the ACHD would approve alignment with apps. As you're aware, this is a petition for a continual use permit. Part of the criteria for conditional use permit is to review the possible adverse impacts to the neighboring properties. The massing of the homes along Palouse is inconsistent with what is expected, and the 600% increase in traffic will impact the neighborhood. Lastly, the headlights flashing across my home potentially of 174 times a day will negatively impact me and my family. For all of these reasons, I'm asking the commissioners to do what is right for the neighborhood and deny this continual use permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Richard Wakeling. I live at 2750 Palouse Street, Boise 83705. I just want to bring up that it was addressed as a conditional use permit. The lights that were mentioned are going to directly affect my home, but it isn't just the lights. It's the fact that folks directly to the east of the driveway. Folks directly to the west of myself are going to be impacted by this driveway from individuals pulling out, depending on which direction they are going. As my wife mentioned, a 600% increase in traffic is significant. Everybody in the neighborhood understands that this development is going to move forward. We accept that. We would just like to be heard. And every time we have talked with the developers, I've met them multiple times in neighborhood meetings right across the street from myself. I've spoken here. They just haven't listened to us, and it's become more and more frustrating. I spoke directly to Penelope, directly to the gentleman of the Riley Planning Commission, and asked him, wouldn't it be easier just to listen to what we have to say? It would save them money, it would save everybody time, and they could move forward with this. But again, it always comes up with, this is the way it is, this is the way we're going to do it. It's extremely frustrating for us, and we would like the driveway and the massing to change on the complex. If the driveway were moved and the massing split up, they could develop a localized community within the area they're proposing, which would be extremely nice for the residents, extremely nice for the neighborhood, and have less impact in general. I did speak directly to Dawn Battles at ACHD, and she confirmed with me that ACHD would, without question, approve a driveway that was directly in line with Ab Street. That is the preferred method the ACHD would like to go in such developments like this, if there's an adjacent street that folks can drive right out onto. Again, this is from day one, the developer said, this is not an option. You know, we've believed them and we've been lied to, and we're extremely frustrated by the process. In conclusion, we'd like to see that massing be reduced, and we'd like to see the driveway be moved. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, and I have the email letter if you'd like to see that from Dawn Battles.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Commissioner, Commissioners, thank you for letting me speak. I'm Mark Shepherdson.
Can pull that mic up a little higher there.
I'm Mark Shepherdson. I reside at 2702 West Palouse, 83705. I live next door to Richard and Tasha. And as Steve mentioned, I spoke last week and concerned about the headlights. Tasha and Richard couldn't be at that meeting because they were in Ireland. It wasn't because they didn't want to be here. And I came to that meeting in opposition to the driveway. I'm not in opposition to infill on that lot. I'm in opposition to the whole 7 units, how it's going to look. But mainly I was in opposition to the driveway location, how it's going to actually directly impact Richard and Tasha. It's also adjacent to the property line, to the 2750 property. So all the noise and how they turn out onto Palouse is right next to their driveway. So they may have trouble even backing out of their driveway. But just prior, and I'm very frustrated right now after what I heard earlier. So I came to that October meeting and I signed up to speak. But just prior to that meeting, I spoke to Penelope in the back. She was talking to Dave Kangas. And I just went back and asked her one question. I said, where's the driveway going to be? And Penelope said to me, this is a quote, on the far east end of the property where ACHD wants it. So at that point, I was going to sit down. I wasn't going to get up to speak until this was introduced and the statement was made that the driveway met ACHD's minimum requirement of 75 feet from center of ABS. At that point in time, I knew I had been fed false information. And so that's why I stood up to speak, because it wasn't ACHD. It doesn't want it there. ACHD approved a plan that met their minimum requirement. So the very first meeting I attended at that site it showed the tall, white, modern style buildings. And I went to that meeting with just 2 questions. One was how tall the building is going to be and how many are going to be, but knowing that the entrance to that property would be on Abbs Street, because right now the driveway, you go down Abbs, you bounce across Abbs, and that's where the driveway to go into the property is right now, and has been for as long as Groff Septic System built septic tanks there. It has 2 driveways. Except I looked at the plan, and the driveway was on the east end of the property. And I asked Penelope, why is the driveway here and not on Abbs Street? And I remember this very well. And she said, ACHD said it would be too confusing. And I remember that very well because it sounded strange to me, why the driveway wouldn't be on Abbs, where there would be the safest traffic pattern and the least impact to the neighborhood. So that's why I stood up to speak. I also mentioned in that meeting last week that I had 60 cars, and there's really much more. There's 174 cars coming in and out of there. So it's a huge impact. The plan needs developed. The cars need to enter in and out through Abbs Street, not dumping out on Palouse Street. Palouse Street's a 2-lane residential street. It's not Fairview or Overland with 4 lanes and a turning lane or anything like that. It'd be much safer. That entrance on Abbs into their community would make their own world inside that community, make a nice development. It'll also break up the townhouses, maybe 2 on this side and 4 on this side, with their entrance in and out of what they're trying to build. Not against the development, I'm against how it's going to impact the neighborhood. And their conditional use permit, it shouldn't directly impact a neighbor like a Strawn.
Mr. Shepherdson, I'm sorry, that's your time there. You're at 3 minutes.
I have 52 seconds left.
You're over. You're
Oh,
beyond.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, though.
Hello, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Mark Phillips. I live at 2815 West Lem High Street, just south of the proposed development. And from the beginning, of course, I was concerned about this development just because of noise and specifically traffic in the area. While I'm not, I realize that the developer we have to find a happy medium, of course, for the developer and the people that live there. But I just want to speak to the fact of, the devil really is in the details, quite frankly. And I realize that, let me just get that on. Sorry about that. The devil really is in the details, and specifically to traffic. I live right next door to the house that burned a few years ago, and the new home was built there, single family dwelling that is now occupied by college students. Initially, there's 2 cars parking off the street, available for 2 cars parking off the street, and a 2-car garage. There are 8 cars associated and tied to that house. So I just want to make everyone aware that best case scenarios are not always the reality. And if if this development is occupied by any number of college students, the numbers could go off the chart. So my biggest concern is noise and parking. And I know sometimes appeasing the details may be a struggle for the developer, but it can make a big world of difference for the neighbors that live in that area. We're all connected. All of Boise is super awesome and super cool. I think if we do the little things, we can make our city and keep our city super awesome. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else in person that'd like to testify tonight? Okay, very good. I'll check in with anybody online. If you're online, would like to testify, please raise your hand. Okay, we have 1 hand up. Ms. Holby, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, we can hear you. Please start with your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
I would like to share my screen if that's possible.
Yeah, I believe so.
I don't know if it'll work. It's a long document. Am I an attendee or a panelist?
Hang on 1 second.
Mr. Chair, it's not giving me an option to promote her to panelist.
Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Holby, I don't think we'll be able to share your screen. but we can hear you just fine.
Well, it asked me if I wanted to be a panelist. I just didn't know.
Oh, yeah. If it does, if it's asking you to be a panelist, you can say yes,
You are.
and you should be able to share your screen.
Am I unmuted now?
Should be.
It never works the same way twice. It doesn't. Well, on my screen, can you see this chart? Oh, Julie Helvey, 3707 Nez Perce, Boise, Idaho. Can you see this chart? Table of allowed uses, table 1106.1.
Sorry, Ms. Holby, we actually can't see your screen. I think we're having some technical difficulties with that for some reason.
Okay, well, we
We can hear you
I
just
guess
fine if you want to go ahead and proceed with your testimony.
I would like to share my screen. If you can give me the button I need, but I will keep talking until then. Table 1106.1, the table of allowed uses, does not allow in the R2 zone multi-family buildings, 7 to 20 units per acre. So if we could get down to 3 units per building along Palouse, I think we'd be more in line with what the code intended. Additionally, this development has been before you in several different formats. A rezone CAR 21-00012 and CAR 21-00031. And from the ACHD documents on 00031, they were evaluating future development of 20 townhomes. They thought that might have been okay. But that was for 20 units and we have 3. I think this came about because of some errors in the paperwork. It was never evaluated correctly. The other one, CAR 21-00012, was an evaluation for 40 townhomes on 2.9 acres. And it says the applicant's proposal to reconstruct the existing 12-foot driveway located 13 feet east of the site's west property line as a 26-foot driveway located approximately 73 feet west of Ave Street does not meet district's driveway width or driveway location policy. So actually, there's never been a real traffic submission about a 30-unit townhome thing. I also would like to ask, they're calling it a driveway. This goes into more than 5-6 units. This goes into 30 units. This, I don't think, is really classified as a driveway anymore. I think it's some kind of a street. And because we can't quite get it together, we can't quite get the correct answers, I hope you are going to deny this application. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Holby. Anyone else online would like to testify? Please raise your hand. Okay, we'll go ahead then and move to rebuttal from the applicant.
Steve Martinez, 9165 West State Street, Boise, Idaho, 83714. Commissioners, I want to just dive into a couple of points that were brought up. Because we have met with so many neighbors on this, I feel like it has been disingenuous to state that Penelope has said no and we've said no and that we're not doing this. We have made so many changes to address neighborhood issues. The first one being in meeting with the Lemhi neighbors, they did not want the access from our project on Palouse to Lemhi. They were concerned about the safety. They didn't want people walking in between their homes. Lemhi does not have sidewalks. Everybody parks on the street on Lemhi. You've got a choke point, and there was a comment made that people can't walk around a corner. That is a very dangerous corner when you've got cars parked on the street. And so to ask us to give a pedestrian access to Lemhi, we felt like was actually making it more dangerous. Plus, we were listening to the neighbors. So we're getting beat up now for listening to the neighbors and making a decision based on that. The driveway location was based on the neighbors. Originally, when we had 44 units, all of our units fronted on the east side of that. And our access was closer to ABS. And those neighbors that backed up to that property came and complained that our units were too close to their property. They didn't want that massing in their backyard. They'd lived there for a long time and didn't want to do that. Those neighbors aren't here tonight because we've addressed their concerns. The neighbors on Lemhi aren't here tonight because we've addressed their concerns. I think it's very frustrating to hear that we just kept saying, no, we're not doing this. No, we're not doing this. It was the neighborhood meeting where we took our parking spaces based on neighborhood input and brought them from 3 to 8 spaces. We said, you know what, we can move our bike parking. That's a great idea. Let's get some more parking. We're over parked already in our subdivision. And yet we made the decision based on neighborhood consultation to add more parking to this project. So I think the narrative is that we just keep saying no at every turn, but we're not going to make everybody happy. We have addressed almost every neighbor's concern. The fact that we have 2 neighbors here with their concerns means that we've addressed the other 30 neighbors that showed up to the meeting that had concerns. Our property to the west, they were concerned that our building was too close to their backyard. And so we pushed it back and moved a trash enclosure so that we could get some space between their unit and the first of ours. I want to point out ACHD's calculations. I love these kind of scare tactics that there's going to be a 600% increase and 10 million people driving down these streets. Based on ACHD's calculations, it's 6 trips an hour. That's a huge far cry from the 174 people that are all going to be lined up trying to get out of this project all at one time. 6 trips an hour is a far cry less from that. And yeah, there's going to be times, I'm sure, randomly that there are more cars or less cars, but that's based on ACHD's calculations. And that's all we have as an agency to be able to go off of. And then it was brought up that there's already an existing driveway to the west that fronts onto ABS. That is correct, but there's also a driveway that's already there to the east. That is exactly where we're proposing to put the driveway on this project. So there's 2 accesses to this project currently. And so to say that, we're doing something that's not already there, I just felt like was very unfortunate. And I do take offense when Riley or Penelope's name keeps getting thrown in, that she said this and she said that. We have worked tirelessly with the neighbors and bent over backwards at every point. We aren't going to make everybody happy, but we've probably made 99% of the neighbors happy in this project. And so, like I said, we're made out to be the bad guy in this situation. And it's come down to 1 or 2 issues, and we're not giving any credit for the 45 other issues that we addressed. So I'll stand. I don't know if there's questions. I don't think there is.
No, just rebuttal time. No questions now.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that does it for testimony and rebuttal. We'll go ahead and bring this back before the commission to render a decision. Again, this is PUD 22-51 and SUB 22-54. And just a reminder that we are recommending on the subdivision on the SUB. At this point, Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mooney.
Since I started this discussion last month, my motion is we deny PUD 2251 and recommend denial sub 2254 think that's correct, right? For the recommend and deny.
Yep.
For the Crew James subdivision.
Do I have a second?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Danley.
for the sake of discussion, I will make a second on that motion.
Okay, I have a second from Commissioner Danley. John, you want to start us out with some discussion?
Mr. Chair, yeah, you bet. Obviously, the PDs where we have the chance to, as our Lemhi neighbor said, be super awesome and super cool and try to do some good things for the city. And that started with some discussions back at the annexation hearing where we talked about the driveway and tried to get some considerations of that issue forward to the applicant. And the applicant's been very patient throughout this process and done, as I agree with the applicant in their outreach and what they've done for the neighbors. Similarly, Councilmember Clegg's desire to see a pedestrian connection to Lemhi. We talked about that last month, and I was satisfied with the discussion from last month on that as well. So my motion to deny is based on, I agree with the applicant. The location's compatible to other uses in the neighborhood. The location, proposed use will not place an undue burden on transportation and other services. The site is large enough. The proposed use will not adversely affect property in the vicinity. I agree with all that. However, the proposed use is in compliance with the comp plan, and that's where we have some subjective exercise available to us. And I will cite, so in our project report, staff cites many comp plan goals that are made with this application. But the ones that we talked about last time with Commissioner Gillespie and myself about massing and the slot development on Palouse weren't obviously addressed at this hearing. Infill design principles for neighborhoods from the comp plan states ensure infill is compatible with the height, scale, existing and massing of adjacent homes and overall character of the street frontage. Additionally, in the central bench portion of the comp plan, where diverse housing is emphasized, and this is an area of some infill anticipated, compact housing types are on the land use map. So these two statements are, in my view, significant for being able to deny this from a subjective perspective. Quote, encourage infill consistent with design principles and comp plan to ensure compatibility with surrounding homes. Also, quote, consider limits on overall lot coverage for infill to reserve the integrity of the area's larger lot sizes, unquote. So I'm not an architect, but I know slot development and the discussions that evidently Commissioner Blanchard might have had for this one. He's not here. So those are the reasons I propose a denial on this.
Okay. Thank you, John. Any other discussion? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Moore.
I will not be in support of the motion. I do understand the spirit and the intent of the denial. Honestly, I think, massing aside, 7 units in this particular neighborhood, it's different than the neighbors, but that's kind of in the comp plan though. It's a variety of housing types. These houses or these townhomes are a little over 27 feet tall, and that's to top of roof, the very, very top. And, the roof slopes back. It's not a flat roof or a parapet. So it will feel much shorter just because of the angle of the roof. Those townhouse that row along that front portion, they do jog a little bit, and it's 2 feet for each mass kind of slides, but that will add some shadow, some relief. It'll help to kind of break up the mass so it won't seem as sheer as some developments do, I think. So you'll get a little bit of volume there. Maybe a little bit more shifting could help with that, but I think the intent here is kind of starting to be achieved. And that's also design review is something on that one. In general, I think, there's in our packet, there's no requirement as far as I can tell to break up the massing into a certain number of units. I know that a lot of it is kind of a context and adjacency. It's kind of a general compatibility. But I don't see this as being particularly incompatible just because the volume, the heights, they feel kind of compatible to the single story. It's similar to some of those skinny houses, you know, some of those get taller and they go next to single story and it doesn't feel incompatible. So for all of those reasons, I think I have a hard time denying this. And, you know, I think the frustrations on both sides are well taken. And I think that, you know, in general, I can't find a way that it doesn't meet our approval criteria.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Danley.
Right. This is a tough one. This has been a hard one for the better part of whatever it's been, a year and a half. I will not be in support of the motion. I've got the following reasons. First of all, I think it's important to note, take a step back. All of us are citizens. All of us volunteer. All of us have a bit of expertise in various realms. And that's why we sit up here. We have, again, as a volunteer, we sign up for this. So there's no pity party here. However, that being said, we are doing our best. We're doing our best. And sometimes that's going to take a minute. Our best means that we have to be considerate of the city, the residents, the neighborhood, and the developer. So at times, that's not going to be very pretty. But we are going to make our way through the process as best as we can and either make a decision or make a recommendation to council. And that's exactly what we're doing. We have a code, we have a comp plan, we have neighborhood plans, we have testimony, we have technical expertise, we have ACHD, we have a lot of things that we have to think about and consider. And we're doing our very best as citizen appointees to render a decision that we think is informed. So with that being said, I do believe that the applicant has made quite a number of concessions. From the very beginning, I believe 44 units, we're now down to 30. The changes of the number of parking stalls, that has changed. Some of the internal open spaces and things of that nature have been changed. This is a series of compromises, and it's not always going to be pretty, and the end result's not always going to make everybody happy. I would love to see Ave Street be the main connection too. I think splitting this main up in half or what have you makes sense. That being said, I can think of at least 3 different developments off the top of my head that look very similar to this in a very similar context. So I don't know that it's necessarily that out of scale. The one point I want to hit home on is the transportation piece. This is a bit of a misnomer. And when we say that there are 170 trips, 174 trips that are generated, that trip doesn't mean every single one is in and out of the complex. It means it's generated and it comes back to, but there are other trips that are made throughout the network and the system. Also worth considering is not every one of these trips are going to be happening during dark hours, right? The vast majority, in fact, will be taking place from about 7 a.m. to about 7 p.m. About 70% of trips happen during that period of time. There will be some at night. That's true. But there basically is an existing driveway here. And there's the compromise that I know isn't going to make some people happy. And that doesn't make me happy either. But I do think it's not necessarily the impact isn't necessarily what has been discussed to this point. There is an impact, but I don't think it's quite to the level of what Commissioner Mooney mentioned with respect to the PUD and conditional use permit requirements that we have to meet in that threshold. So that's a lot. I think it needs to be said. And so for those reasons, I will not be in support of the motion.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Squires.
So I echo Commissioner Danley's comments about we are trying to do our best up here, and it sometimes it is really ugly. You don't like to see how to make the sausage sometimes, you know. I don't appreciate being admonished by the applicant. We are trying to figure out a compromise for the neighborhood, and we're doing our best. And with that said, I won't be supporting the motion. While I do believe Ave Street would be a much better design, it's not a denial point, unfortunately, for me. So I do acknowledge the applicant has made concessions. I don't think there is a possibility of making everyone happy in this scenario, but I do think this is a much better project than what we saw a year ago. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Squires. I will also not be in support of the motion that's before us right now. I think that I'm going to second and third the comments from Commissioners Danley and Squires regarding the project. I think there has been a number of concessions, and I think the project itself has improved with time and through this process, which is exactly why we're here, right? Is to vet the issues, make the projects better, and hopefully make the city better as well. I was born here. I grew up not far from where this site is. This building is going to outlast probably all of us in this room, right? So we have to make sure that we're vetting through the issues and making the best decision that we can. So I also will be denying, not in support of the motion. And I would actually just, for the applicant, Mr. Martinez, I actually found your rebuttal to be the most productive of your testimony tonight. You know, we understand that the process can take time, and we understand that staff has been through a tremendous amount of turnover these last couple of years. I kind of look at it as that's the cost of doing business in this town currently right now. So I don't particularly appreciate being admonished as well, like Commissioner Squires said. And to be quite honest, it was more productive to hear your rebuttal at the end, where you actually vetted back through the process and your changes to the site that made it better over time. So that would have been more productive way to start out this discussion tonight. Okay, so something to consider when you inevitably make this presentation to City Council again. Okay, so with that, I will go ahead and call the roll, and then we'll proceed from there. Again, currently before us, we have a motion to deny this application. It's a PUD 22-51 and SUB 22-54. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Schaefer,
No.
Squires,
No.
Moore,
No.
Danley,
No.
Mooney,
Aye.
1 in favor, 4 opposed, motion fails.
Okay, the motion has failed. I will now entertain a new motion.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Moore.
I move that we approve PUD 2251 and recommend approval for SUB 2254 with all the terms and conditions in the staff report for the reasons stated in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to approve PUD 22-51 and a recommendation to approve SUB 22-54. Motion was by Commissioner Moore, second by Commissioner Squires. Is there any further discussion on the matter? Okay, will the clerk please call the roll?
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Danley,
Aye.
Mooney,
Nay.
4 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll move on to item number 3. This is item CAR 22-9, South Beck and Baird, and CUP 22-12 and CVA 22-13. This was deferred from our meeting on October 3rd. The project address is 3691 North Harbor Lane. There's a rezone to modify a development agreement to allow drive-up establishments on 0.38 acres in a C1D zone with a DA. And then we're also looking at a conditional use permit for said drive-up establishment. We're going to hear from staff first. Ms. Delaney Garlick.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Before you is a request for a DA modification, conditional use permit and variance. The subject property is located at the intersection of Harbor Lane and State Street. It is on the northern edge of a large residential neighborhood, and assorted office and commercial uses line both sides of State Street. It is directly adjacent to another undeveloped property, which has been recently approved with a residential use, with shared access on the south and a large surface parking lot serving a fitness center surrounds the parcel on the west. It is approximately 1/3 mile from the Greenbelt and just under half a mile from the State Street and Collister Activity Center. The property is located within the boundaries of the Northwest Planning Area and is designated as mixed use on the land use map. The site is part of an original Lake Harbor Planned Unit Development that was approved in 1984, which was designated as LOD. The property was since rezoned in 2007 from LOD to the C1D DA. The original request with that was for a C2 zoning. However, both the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council recommended a C1 zoning for less detrimental impacts to the residents in the nearby area. With the current DA that was approved, the original agreement had limitations on hours of operations and excluded specific uses that would create traffic impacts. The applicant is proposing a 1,925 square foot drive-up coffee establishment, which requires a modification to the existing DA and a CUP to allow the drive-up establishment in a C1D zone. Additionally, a variance is requested due to the proximity to residential uses and zones within 200 feet of the site. Vehicle access to the drive-up window will be from Harbor Lane with vehicle headlights in the drive aisles facing north to avoid disturbing residents to the south. The drive aisle is shielded from State Street by the building frontage. The site has frontage on both State and North Harbor Lane, which is a private road and serves as one of the 3 entrance points to the Lake Harbor development. This specific intersection has been expressed by both staff and ACHD as concerns with traffic impacts due to queuing. The applicant provided a revised site plan that has increased the capacity for queuing, but the stacking of cars would be off-site. The off-site would be within the athletic club parking lot to the southwest, which has a shared access agreement. The applicant proposes a stop bar for the off-site queuing, which is adjacent to the condominium that's been approved. Staff does not support the off-site queuing and the stop bar as adequate mitigation. The site is not large enough to accommodate the proposed use. With the variance request, the residential use directly south would have the largest impact from the proposed drive up due to the shared access, potential vehicle conflict points in the shared drive aisle, as well as direct proximity and view of the drive up aisle, order window, vehicle queuing, and vehicles idling. Staff did not identify a hardship or an exceptional circumstance with this variance request. Agency comments were received. ACHD did indicate concerns with the amount of queuing, and they did cite other similar projects that would require around 15 vehicles for queuing on site. Public comments were also received from the Lake Harbor Master Association that indicated concerns with the traffic being generated and did request a more thorough traffic study be executed. Planning staff does recommend denial of the project, and the motion needed this evening is a recommendation on the DA mod and a final decision for the CUP and variance. I'll stand for questions.
Okay, thanks, Delaney. Next, we'll hear from the applicant.
And you have my presentation correct? Can I advance it or do you? Nice. Sometimes that doesn't work. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Jay Gibbons. My business address is 2002 South Vista. It's about 6 houses from the last application. So I represent Black Rock Coffee, North Harbor Lane. Subject property has history. It was as staff stated, it was part of the original Lake Harbor development in the 80s. And then specifically the subject parcel was rezoned to C1DA with a DR overlay in 2007. That was 15 plus years ago. It has sat vacant since then. Staff also discuss discuss the, as you can see on this graphic, the vacant property directly south that impacts our drive-through stacking, everything. These two properties are both under the same ownership, and the owner of these two properties almost a year ago, sold. They owned the Crunch Fitness as well and divested, but still own these two properties that have sat vacant. But what I have as far as the DA is concerned, I'll get back to this slide. The original DA from 2007, what was approved through the DA, and the reason I need to modify the DA was a multi-tenant retail establishment, which is great. It never came to fruition, and it still only had 7 or 8 parking spots. And it's a 4,000 square foot building. It could be the reason it still sits vacant to this day. The intended uses at that point were like a salon, nail salon, or a tanning type of business or retail that would work off the potentially those customers would come from the fitness center and also from the neighborhood itself, because that's the purpose of neighborhood commercial. So we're trying to find a use for the property that works. We have a client in Black Rock Coffee that chose this property to try to develop and create a drive-through. It also has a retail component associated with coffee. Inside it has interior seating. We have several outdoor seating opportunities as well. And it is a very small site. We still have 7 or 8 parking places that leaves us with only 6 stacking spaces on our property, but associated with the owner to the south, our current owner, and the access easement agreements that we have around those 2 properties. We have a secondary access that is south of those future condo property that provides a second access, and it would be the preferable access in and out per se of the drive-through, as well as getting to the stoplight around the corner to get out westbound on State Street. It can be tenuous. You can see that there's a median island. And so it is a right in, right out off of North Harbor at this access point. It is full service at the southernmost access point south of the future condos that were approved in 2001. So we, of course, provide a landscape plan that meets city requirements. I also note that the city has required us to construct a 12-foot sidewalk adjacent to State Street, where there is an existing 5-foot sidewalk at present. That, as I understand, is in line with the future State Street transit corridor plan, master street plan. And so, that you end up with 138 feet of 12-foot sidewalk that connects to a 5-foot sidewalk to the west as well as to the east. So Black Rock, this is a Black Rock standard, more standardized footprint for this coffee shop. They do have, Black Rock is in 3 other locations in the valley. It has been popular. And so, we have a mix of materials and very aesthetic type of elevations with regard to that. And we'll be to design review if and when we get to that point, if possible. So basically, we have to change the DA to allow our use, as well as to change the elevation, the concept that was approved with that DA. We also, because actually the retail establishment is an approved use in the C1. However, if we have a drive-through, it requires a CUP. And we have to have variance to allow that CUP because we're within 200 feet of a residential district. I'll note that part of the residential, okay, we have a residential use directly to the south, same building that my owner owns. The other residential district is is right across North Harbor Lane. Those are all offices. There's no residential in that one. That's the closest neighborhood zoning district per se. There's one across State Street as well. So we are trying to jump through all the hoops and what I would term as you know, and as being what as staff said, well, you didn't really provide any information as to why it's an extenuating circumstance for the variance itself. It's a vacant property. It's been vacant since it was zoned that way 15 years ago. That's an extenuating circumstance, and we're trying to build something on that property. And yes, the only residential within 200 feet is actually what my current owner has the entitlements for per se. May or may not be built, but it is entitled for that. We have access off North Harbor Lane in 2 situations. It's suitable for a drive-through establishment. It's buffered from State Street, and it's quite a ways from the other residents. And with that, you know, we provide commercial use supporting neighborhood itself, as well as office uses in the area, and the city's wish for a C1 neighborhood commercial. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Okay, thanks, Jay. We'll sit tight on questions for a minute. First, we'll check in and see if we have someone from the Collister Neighborhood Association with us. No. Okay, doesn't look like we have a representative from the Collister Neighborhood Association, so we'll go ahead and open this up for any questions by the commission.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mooney.
For staff, the 12-foot multi-use path that's proposed, where's that come from?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mooney, the 12-foot wide pathway is a policy in the State Street corridor plans as well as in our Boise master pathways plan. So it's sort of touching on 2 separate plans, but we do envision a 12-foot wide multi-use pathway along that section of State Street.
When I was looking at the State Street plan, what I'm looking at is 2 streetscapes. One of them is a 20-foot multi-use path on State Street. Am I misreading that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mooney, I'm not sure where the 20 feet is coming from. It's been pretty consistent on other projects fronting state for the 12-foot wide, but there may be some degree for variation there.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
So this is a question for staff. For the residential district, this is a little bit confusing. So there's existing residential, and I'm looking at our packet page 179. So there's existing residential in a LOD zone and existing offices in an R2D zone. And so with this 200-foot radius, is it the R2D zone that's the issue, or is it the residences in the LOD zone as well?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moore, the 200-foot radius it's for both residential use and zone district. So in this case, we're looking at several different properties. The one directly south is residential in an LO. Across Lake Harbor or Harbor Lane is office suites approved in an R3 or R2 zone. And then there is also residential within 200 feet across State Street that is within that buffer as well. But staff did note State Street's quite a distance. And really the most impactful site is the one directly south.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Danley.
I'm sorry, I just can't help but notice. So let me make sure I have that straight. We have residential that's built in limited office, and we have office built in limited in residential. That's right. No, can't wait for the zoning rewrite, right? My question is actually to the applicant. And so, Mr. Gibbons, if you wouldn't mind, real quick question for you here. Given that this property is on State Street, given that we know we've spent a ton of money and time on State Street, under the C1, as far as I can tell, you have an opportunity to build upwards of 35 feet in height. And you've mentioned that the other properties in the vicinity are owned by the same property owner. So my question is, why not go to 35 feet? And why not figure out with the parking, some sort of a joint parking arrangement since it's a common property owner?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Danley, and that's a good point. We were building to suit to the Black Rock Coffee came to us and said, hey, if you develop this property, we would like this. And that their prototypical building is, as you see, it's a single story building. And granted, anything bigger, even the 4,000 square feet, you're going to need more parking. It's going to require, an agreement because you're never going to get enough parking on that site itself.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Okay, I think we'll go ahead then and we'll open this up for testimony. Looks like we had one or two folks sign up. If you signed up, or you want to testify, please come on up here to the podium. 3 minutes. You can start with your name and address, please.
See, and I should have a slide set. Delaney is bringing up, looks like. Oh, yeah.
If you start with your name and address, please.
So my name is Dave Fuji. I'm speaking on behalf of the Lake Harbor Master Association, which is the closest thing you'd get to a neighborhood association. We don't belong to Collister or any of them. I'm at 5269 West Silver Lake Lane in Boise. Yeah, Lake Harbor is a mixed use development. And let's see, I can click this, can't I? Like,
Working.
Cool. So it's a mixed use development. That's basically what it's composed of. And the Lake Harbor Master Association manages the whole group of Lake Harbor properties. What I'd like to do is spend most of my time on this slide. So this is a slide of the Lake Harbor Master Association. You'll see that the red shapes are the different subdivisions or business complexes. And I'm only going to talk about the commute routes that are along North Harbor Lane. And North Harbor Lane on that map is defined by points A and point B on the upper middle of that map. And then the commute route that drives traffic on North Harbor Lane is shown in yellow. So for each subdivision or complex, I've placed a number of the single family home units in red. And then there's 131 single family homes. They're large homes, typically, 2 cars each, many with 3 to 4. There's 185 apartment units that feed North Harbor Lane, and also feeding North Harbor Lane are some small businesses where we're estimating around 50 cars shown in green with daily commutes during business hours. And then I belong to the Crunch Fitness facility in blue, upper middle. We hear that there's around 1,500 members with the club designed for a capacity of 3,000 members. You can see the purple square, also upper middle, is where Black Rock Coffee is being proposed. North Harbor Lane is not built for traffic. It's a skinny street, landscaped divider down the middle of it with trees and greenery in support of Blueprint Boise's goal ES6, healthy urban forest, and principal GDP and N.5 pedestrian oriented streetscapes. It's optimized for aesthetics, nice walking paths, not for traffic volume. And by the way, if a curb cut off of State Street near Crunch could be implemented, we wouldn't be having this concern. But that's it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Fuji. Anyone else in person that'd like to testify tonight? Okay. Anyone online that would like to testify on this item, please raise your hand. Okay, very good. We'll go ahead and close the testimony. Jay, if you want to come up for a few minutes of rebuttal.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and commissioners. First off, I appreciate Dave, the Masters Association, being here tonight. We met with him early on way before we submitted an application, and the Neighborhood Association was adamant. They would like a way through the meeting island so that they do have a traffic issue on Harbor Lane that people do drive the wrong way sometimes, and peak hours, it's tenuous if you're going to go west. You really need to go to the signalized light for that. Off hours aren't so bad in some respect. In my experience, I haven't been there several times. Once we got a staff report from ACHD last month or late September, whenever that was, then I called ACHD at that point, knowing who to talk to exactly, and asked them, okay, so the question is, you didn't make any mention of North Harbor Lane. What I want to know, is it in fact still a private street as it was when it was originally developed? And two, is ACHD going to have any heartburn if we were to work with the city to open a hole in that median so we could get traffic cleared, to come out and then go eastbound or west? At least they're in the right lane at that point. And ACHD said that's between you and the city. That is a private street, still is to this day. And if the city is amenable to opening that up, as Dave said, that this project would be much more palatable to them at that point, because they're mainly concerned about traffic, not just from my project, but the residential next to it, and then Crunch Fitness too. So really, that's all I have to say at this point. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Jay. All right. We'll go ahead and bring these items back before the commission to render a decision. Again, CAR 22-9 and CUP 22-12 and CVA 22-13.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Danley.
I will make a motion that item number 3, CAR 22-9, 20 and CUP 22-12 and CVA 22-13 be denied for the reasons stated in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to deny by Commissioner Danley and a second from Commissioner Moore. Chris, you want to start us out?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Love Black Rock coffee. I'm a coffee fiend, and this hurts. I digress. At the end of the day, for me, with the things that are stated in the staff report, I agree with them. But for me, it's highest and best use. It's everybody knows this corridor has been the focus of so much effort and so much money. A lot of money's coming, by the way. Several multiple $1 million grants are being implemented on this corridor as we speak or in the very near future. And so it needs to be highest and best use. And so, as I mentioned in my question, a 35-foot height, I think you would see a friendly audience if instead of coming in for a rezone for a drive-through, single-story drive-through, I think you'd be welcomed with a rezone for a change in the zone that actually allowed you to go to a 5, maybe even a 6-story building, because that's what I know that this city wants along State Street, specifically on the frontage of State Street. And especially given how much parking is here and can be worked out. So I think that all of those reasons I think are important. What my last point is that, and it's kind of bigger picture. This city, I know as a municipal government, has worked very hard on climate change and trying to get towards zero emissions. I think if we in one fell swoop approved a drive-through with the queuing that it's going to have, and I think that undermines a lot of the mission of what the city is trying to do, frankly, and I think flies in the face of our comprehensive plan and what we're trying to really achieve in the future. So that's a little bit of a different issue, but for all of those reasons, I will be voting in support of the motion since I made it and denying the application.
Thanks, Commissioner Daly.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Moore?
I'll just add really quick. Yeah. The residential district to the east, and then the residences in the office district to the south, especially when you take into account that the kind of offsite stacking, it really gets close to those residential districts. And I think that really is the reason why I'm in support of the denial, is just especially accounting for that stacking. It's just starting to encroach.
Thanks, Commissioner Moore. Any other discussion? Nope. Okay. Yeah, Jay, thanks for bringing this for us. I'll be supporting the motion as well. I agree with the statements, that Commissioner Danley, Commissioner Moore just said. I think there's just probably too many hurdles at the end of the day, right? We're asking for a modification for a DA, we're asking for a variance, we're asking for a CUP. I also agree, that perhaps this isn't the best, highest and best use of the site as well. Certainly want to see something developed there. Like you said, it's been vacant forever. But this probably isn't it from what we can see here. So with that, I'll be supporting the motion too. Okay. Again, we have motion to deny CAR 22-9 and CUP 22-12 and CVA 22-13. Motion was by Commissioner Danley, second by Commissioner Moore. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Danley,
Aye.
Rooney,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break. Be back at 8:34. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally. It's just like. Okay, folks, we'll get rolling again. Sorry for the delay. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, right. Okay, we'll go ahead and get moving here. We'll move on to item number 4. This is CAA 22-81, Schuman, Newell, and Woodward. Address is 3013 North El Dorado Street. This is an appeal of an in-home group childcare facility on 0.23 acres in an R1C zone. We'll start with staff and Delaney Garlick again.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Before you is an appeal of an in-home childcare application. The project site is 0.23 acres in an R1C zone located at 3013 North El Dorado Street. On July 16, 2022, the planning director approved an in-home group childcare for 7 to 12 children within an existing single-family dwelling, which meets the minimum criteria, including both indoor and outdoor space, parking, and all other Boise City Code requirements. On September 19th, 2022, an appeal was filed by Ben and Tegan Schuman, Dave and Kathy Newell, and Boyd and Annalise Woodward. Appellants' grounds for an appeal include increased traffic to the neighborhood, unsafe location due to nearby sober living homes and registered sex offenders, and inadequate parking for the site. Staff assessed these concerns and found that the traffic generation is minor and the location of the site is on a local street with the capability of handling the use. The proximity to registered sex offenders and the sober living homes are not reviewed with the planning entitlement and cannot preclude this use from operating. The childcare use is fully operating and functions within the existing single-family home and private backyard. During the licensing review, both the childcare operator, family members within the home, and any childcare workers will require a background check. As for the parking, there is a 2-car garage and space for 2 off-street parking in the driveway apron, as well as on-street parking, which meets the minimum parking standard for the group childcare home. As such, the planning team recommends we deny the appeal and uphold the original approval, and a motion is needed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Delaney. Okay, next we'll hear from the appellant. Must be, is our, okay.
Are
So
you able
Mr.
to hear
Schuman,
me?
I see you're online. Can you hear us okay?
I can. Can you hear me?
We can, yeah. If you could start with your name and address, please, for the record.
Ben Schuman, 7307 West San Fernando Drive, Boise, Idaho, 83704.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so my big concern here and why my neighbors and I did file this appeal is the location of the proposed daycare is, and I believe I miswrote on my initial appeal, it's not sober living, it is halfway houses. There is literally one right across the street that has recently had pedophiles at. There is one approximately 300 feet and across the street to the left of this location. They also have multiple vehicles that have been parked on the street, blocking traffic, blocking sidewalks. So I ask again, where are they planning to have individuals pull over to park to drop off their kids? Regardless of whether or not this is a public street, the increase in traffic will be noticeable. It's already been an issue with the number of cars that have been parked in front of this house to begin with, as far as parking on the streets are concerned. I've submitted multiple photos for viewing, different days, so that way to show I'm not just trying to find the most opportune moments, and different times of the days to also show that. On average, they have 2 to 3 vehicles in their driveway, blocking the sidewalk and overtaking the sidewalk. I've seen them park on their driveway because they didn't have space, or park on their lawn because they didn't have space. They've got another 3 vehicles that have pretty much stayed stationary out front of their house for about the last week and a half, plus 2 other vehicles that tend to come and go, but are there at least half the time. With the number of cars that are out front, there is no parking unless you're going to be parking across the street and then having children cross that street, which again is on a corner, which is a blind corner with multiple hedges that block as well as the vehicles. Creates an unsafe situation. And I will secede any further information to, or any other time to Dave and Kathy, who I believe are in, who are present at your location.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schuman. Anyone present for the appellant party that would like to speak? This is your opportunity.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is Dave Newell. I live at 7225 West San Fernando Drive here in Boise, 83704. I've lived at that location for probably possibly 40, 45 years now. My wife there has been there for 55 years. We're well aware of the neighborhood area. In addition to that, I have on occasions been in the house that we're talking about and on the property multiple times because of work that I do. So I'm well aware of the situation. Ben has explained the issue quite well. Of course, we have the concern of what we think is probably an illegal, 2 illegal businesses that are located right there, as we were never notified when those businesses opened. Be that it as may, I realize that's not the issue here. But in talking with some of the, I don't know really what to call them other than inmates that through these past few years have passed by and chosen to speak. There are anywhere from 12 to 14 people living at those locations at any given time. They have their own vehicles that come and go. In addition to that, they are allowed people to come visit. So we have traffic from that also. This location is located very close to Cole Road, and it serves a large subdivision. So the traffic from that subdivision flows through that same street. Ben mentioned that that's a blind corner. It's real hard to know as you're coming around that corner what's there. Because of the multiple vehicles that these people that live there apparently have there at all times, there is only one way that I can see that people dropping off and picking up their children would have to do that, and that would be either to park at another location and walk in, or double park, which is more likely what they'll be doing, because there are a lot of other cars that are located on this street from other residents there. I do see it as a safety issue. I believe that the issue of traffic there has been very understated. This is becoming a very, very busy location. It's busy because there are two at Cole and Ustick. You have a number of businesses that attract that traffic, and I frankly see it as a very, very poor idea, and I view it as a safety issue. I'd like to thank Mr. Chairman and the commission. That's all I have to say for now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Newell. Okay, next we'll hear from the applicant.
Mr. Chair, there may be one more appellant that raised their hand online.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed that. You said tight just 1 minute. Mr. Woodward, I apologize. I missed your hand up online.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you. This is Boyd Woodward. I live at 7301 West San Fernando Drive. I live in between Dave Newell and Ben. And I just want to reaffirm everything that they've said. Our main concern is all the vehicles that are already presently there. And, we like to go on evening walks, and we take our 10-month-old in a stroller and whatnot. And oftentimes we have to go out in the road because the vehicles are parking the sidewalk there to walk. And I just see additional business there is just causing more of a problem with more vehicles. So that's all that I wanted to say, is just to say that I agree with everything that's been said so far.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Woodward. Okay, next we'll hear from the applicant. Can you start with your name and address, please, for the record?
My name is Rohima Asmani. I live in 3013 North El Dorado Street. I am the owner for the house. I just have a business for daycare.
I'm sorry, if we can catch up just real quick. Would you pull that mic a little closer just so we can hear you online? Great, thank you.
My name is Rohima Asmani. I've been living there in 6 months now. I live in 301 North Liberty, El Dorado Street. I just have a business for daycare. What they're saying about the vehicle, most time the vehicle is like sometimes the visit coming, like the parent, the one that I take care of the kid, they just come in, they pick up the kid. Sometimes when they see too many vehicles, sometimes I just have the meeting with the parents. If I have like something, if they go about the kids, I need to call the parents and discussing with them. So if that one is, they just feel like it's not very well, I can say sorry for that. But I have visited, like, is that the parents for the kid, they just come and sometimes pick up the kid, drop the kid. That's why they see too many cars right there. I can say sorry if they feel like very bad, but that's the way I get money for take care of my kids. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll check in to see if we have anyone from the Winstead Park Neighborhood Association. Okay, doesn't look like it. Okay, we'll go ahead and open this up for any questions by the commission.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Danley.
Just a clarifying question. It sounds as though this is already operating as a daycare. So is this an expansion of, or what's exactly, I want to make sure I'm understanding that.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Danley, existing childcare of 1 to 6 does not require planning approval. So the request is to go to 7 to 12 children. That's why we have an admin approval that's been appealed.
Great, thank you.
And Delaney, per the code, the 2 off-street parking spaces that are in the driveway, those meet the requirement for a childcare facility of this size, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. There's also the 2-car garage and then the 2 vehicle spaces on the driveway apron.
Okay. Okay. So that actually are 4 off-street.
Correct.
Outside of the garage, there's actually 4 off-street parking spaces available.
Correction, 2 in the driveway, 2
yeah.
in the garage. Yes.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay. All right. Thanks, Delaney. Thanks all. We'll go ahead and open this up for any testimony. If you're here to testify on this item, please come on up to the podium. Okay, if you're online, please raise your hand if you'd like to testify. Okay, Mr. Snyder, can you hear us?
Yes. My name is Justin Snyder. Address is 2905 North 38th Street. I'm actually here to testify on another piece this evening, but this one as a childcare facility owner myself here in Boise. I just know that we are in grave need of more childcare spaces, and I wanted to speak in favor of this proposal, and that is all.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Okay, I think that does it for testimony. We'll bring this back for rebuttal now. We'll start with rebuttal by the applicant. Do you have any other final thoughts you'd like to share with us?
I can say, like, I just need them to, like, if it is something they just make concern or something they feel like they feel is not good, they can come and talk to me, or we see this is not good because you have those kind of business. They can tell me something to make it better, because we are working together like a parent, like mother, father. So if they see something is it's not good, they can come and talk to me.
Okay, great. Thank you. And finally, rebuttal by the appellant parties. Mr. Schuman, would you like to rebut?
Yes, I would like to rebuttal in regards to parking. They've indicated that the parking, that there are 2 spots inside of the parking garage and 2 spots on the driveway. However, the 2 spots inside the garage are not currently being used for vehicles. They are used for household items, as I've seen walking my own child and having to walk in the middle of the street myself, because there's no space on the sidewalks. Again, it's a blind corner, multiple cars that have remained stationary for a number of weeks, if not months. Really, the only vehicle that I ever see actually drive from there is their Hummer. As far as visitors to the household, yes, they do have visitors, but those individuals also double park and cover the sidewalk. And I've seen them stop in the middle of the road, which is again, blind corner safety issue. And with that, I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schuman. With that, we'll close rebuttal. We'll bring this item back before the commission to render a decision. Again, this is CAA 22-0081.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Mooney.
I recommend we deny the appeal for CAA 2281.
The motion.
I'll second that.
Okay, a motion to deny the appeal with a motion by Commissioner Mooney and a second by Commissioner Danley. John, you want to start us off?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I agree with the staff and the applicant that the traffic and the parking issues that that we've heard in testimony are not related to the childcare operation, and the unsafe issues of sex offenders and halfway houses. Those are all the allowed use is a halfway house in the area, and I agree with the staff's explanation of that. For that reason, I think this should be denied.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Danley.
Just a brief comment, and that is that to the neighborhood, so to the neighborhood and the individuals living in it, you absolutely have every right to call and make a complaint about city code, in the sense of there being a 24-hour ordinance on the books right now that if anybody's parked there for longer than 24 consecutive hours, then they can be cited and potentially towed. So if that's a reoccurring issue, then there is a recourse there that probably should be exercised. Whether those vehicles belong to in this case, the applicant of the daycare, I have no idea. But nevertheless, that's an avenue to at least exercise. But otherwise, I don't think that the conditions of overturning the administrative decision have been met, and therefore I will be supportive of the motion.
Okay. Thanks, Commissioner Danley. Okay. Yeah, I'll second the thoughts by Commissioner Mooney, Commissioner Danley. I'll be supporting the motion as well. I don't see anything in the code that the applicant has missed. And with this application, I believe the director made the appropriate decision with the administrative approval of the application. So I agree with Commissioner Danley. If there are some extenuating circumstances within the neighborhood, there are other means to deal with that. But this childcare facility doesn't seem to be necessarily the cause of all of those issues. So I don't see any reason where we can deny the application. All right, we'll go ahead and call the roll then. Again, this is CA 22-81. A motion to deny the appeal. Motion by Commissioner Mooney with a second by Commissioner Danley. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires. Aye. Moore.
Aye.
Danley.
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, thank you all. All right, we'll go ahead and press on to item number 5. And at this point, I'll need to be recusing myself from this item as my office has been handling some of the survey work and other components of this project. So I'm going to hand off chairmanship duties to Commissioner Danley at this point.
And the new sheriff guarantees he'll shoot himself in the foot. Just letting you know. All right, so moving forward on our agenda, item number 5, this is CAR 22-18, an application from Hummel Architects at 800 West State Street, an application for a rezone of about 0.42 acres from limited office to design review, or I'm sorry, to central business in downtown. And so first up is Ms. Garlick. Take it away.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. The subject property is located at the corner of 8th Street and State Street, with the 8th Street identified as a key north-south multimodal corridor. The project site is within the URD expansion area, which will allow CCDC to assist with connectivity and infrastructure improvements along the 8th Street between State and Franklin. This site is approximately 580 feet northwest of the downtown Boise Regional Activity Center, with the state capitol grounds to the southeast and a small area of R3D zone at Franklin and 9th. Current conditions include a vacant bank and surface parking lot. The adjacent properties to the north, east, and west are zoned LOD limited office with designer view, and C5DD is to the south across State Street. This area is comprised of a mix of commercial, office, religious institutions, and historic uses. The property is designated in the downtown mixed use on our land use map and the comprehensive plan. The applicant is requesting a rezone of approximately 0.42 acres from the LOD to C5DDDA, Central Business with Downtown Design Review and Development Agreement, located at 800 West State Street. The planning team finds that the proposed zone would be most appropriate for the property due to the fact that the boundary of the West Side District Urban Renewal Plan was amended to include this block. Shifting downtown planning north, and the C5DD is directly to the south with proximity to downtown. This would be an appropriate use of the site, and the proposed zoning is consistent with the comprehensive plan and development in the area. The applicant requests this zoning in order to develop a 6-story structure comprised of basement level parking, first floor retail space fronting State Street and 8th Street, second story floor commercial office space with the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th dedicated to residential uses. In order to ensure the future development provides the required improvements, a development agreement is included with the rezone application. The DA will prohibit vehicular access from State and 8th Street and require all vehicular access to come from the alley. Additionally, the DA requires the applicant to provide ground floor activation and to work with the City of Boise, CCDC, and ACHD on future frontage and streetscape improvements. The development of the site contributes to the move to further connect downtown to the north end. It is in keeping with the State Street improvements and supports more density closer to transit lines and away from existing single-family zones. Public comment was received during the review, and detailed concerns with obstructing existing views, incompatibility with historic character of the neighborhood, identifying mixed use as not appropriate at this particular intersection, and safety concerns due to the height and proximity to government buildings. Planning staff recommends approval, and the motion needed is a recommendation to City Council, and I'll stand for questions.
Great, thank you. And next we'll move on to the applicant. I think it's Mandy Bohm, is that correct? Just a reminder, if you can help me out, name, address, all the fun stuff, thanks.
Yes, good evening. I'm Mandy Bohm, a senior associate with Hummel Architects at 205 North 10th Street, Suite 300. I'm joined tonight by Scott Strubar, one of Hummel's partners. And we are here on behalf of Sean Swanby, the owner of the property, and his company, Swanby Investment Group. And Sean is joining via Zoom. Thank you to the commission for hearing our application and to the staff for the review of our application. We, of course, concur with the staff's recommendation of approval and the reasons behind their decision, their conditions of approval, and the included development agreement. We wanted to share some key points about the project. The applicant sees the advantage to having a mixed-use building in this location with its ties to the state capitol and its functions and walkability to downtown. It will activate a corner that's been vacant for years. Within the current zone of LOD, the development is limited by building height, which is 45 feet, and setback requirements. Thoughtful development of this site within the downtown mixed-use zone requires a taller building. We believe our proposed height works well in proportion to the surrounding important buildings. We brought with us an image that shows just a little bit more design. We are in the schematic level of design right now. This is by no means the final design, and it will be changing as we move forward, especially with design review. But it shows a little bit better than the mass that was shown in our application. We felt that this will hopefully ease some fears about the design of the building. So we are proposing a mixed-use development, and that will consist of basement level parking. That parking will be accessed off of the alley, off of 8th Street, behind the building. And we are considering 1 to 2 levels of parking. Each level provides about 40 to 45 parking spaces. The first floor is retail space, fronting State Street and 8th Street. The intent is for this to be an active space for dining and gathering. We hope that the retail that comes into this area is something such as a cafe, especially on 8th Street. We have created 14 feet of space beyond the allotted sidewalk space to allow for tables and seating for a cafe type area for gathering and to activate that area. The second floor will be commercial office space, and it's still not decided exactly what will be going in that space. Third, fourth, and fifth floors are condominium units. Roughly 20 condominiums total will be going in this building. And then the sixth floor is designed as a penthouse space. So as you go up from the base of the building steps back and gets smaller. And we feel that having it tier back slightly and tier down slightly towards the historic buildings around it really respects those buildings. The tower on the corner at 8th and State is intended to create an urban edge, and it's a connection to the rest of 8th Street running south, while the building tapers down towards the historic architecture. The uppermost floor plate will not exceed 75 feet in height. We want to stay out of the mid-rise building category, so we're not going to go any higher than that. Higher end finishes will be selected to reflect the building's surrounding. So we are currently looking at a combination of stone and glass, and similar to the Hall of Mirrors, having glass located so that it reflects the beautiful architecture around it and it doesn't take away from it. We also understand that, of course, this will all be evaluated when the project reaches design review. So thank you again for reviewing our application, and I think that's all we have at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Next, we will hear, before we go into questions, members of the Neighborhood Association. And in this case, we have 2 of them. First up, I'll go with Eric Hagan of the North End Neighborhood Association. I see, Eric, that you are in fact online. Go ahead, state your name, address, all that wonderful stuff. And assuming 10 minutes is okay?
Yes. Good evening, Commissioner Danley and fellow commissioners. My name is Eric Hagan. My address is 809 North 18th Street. I'm the North End Neighborhood Association Planning and Zoning Chair. I actually looked at renting space in that old historic building several years ago. It'll be a shame to see that building go. We are in favor of mixed use and higher density and heights along the State Street corridor. We are all for urban infill as well as adaptive reuse. We love what Hummel is proposing. The mixed use of retail and offices and condos is just what this area needs. We just wish it was on mostly vacant surface street parking lots, such as the one that's across the street, instead of taking down a mid-century modern historic piece of architecture. That aside, we're in support of the project.
All right, is that it, Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Great.
Short and
Okay,
sweet.
thank you. Next up from the Downtown Neighborhood Association, Jennifer Mock, are you online? Didn't think so. One more time. Okay, seeing none, then at this point, we'll turn it over to the commission for any questions that any of us may have.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mooney.
Question for staff on the, I know since in the ACHD report, there's a no-cut moratorium on state after they do the mill and inlay, which sounds like it's supposed to be done like now by 22. Doesn't sound like it's going to happen. Is that going to affect this project?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Mooney, the curb cut should not affect this project as they will be taking access from the alley. There will be repairs needed on both State and 8th to remove existing curb cuts. But I imagine that will be coordinated with ACHD and CCDC.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
I think this is a question for staff. There's 3 different iterations. I think they're of fundamentally the same model, but just more developed massings. Which version is intended to be in the DA?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moore, the conceptual plans that are associated with the DA were the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. The massing renderings themselves aren't necessarily part of that. We do rely on DR to kind of further review the actual look and height of that building.
Okay, Mr. Chair. So it's just that kind of site plan on packet page 270?
I believe that's correct.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Any other questions? We'll have just hold tight. We're coming to that just right next. Your timing is perfect. I do have a question of staff. So when it comes to, we have our land use map and we have our zoning or code. And so this parcel, if we could maybe bring that up, it would be helpful. But this parcel applies the land use, the overall land use on the land use map, but it penetrates and it would potentially change the zoning into the northern portions. I'm wondering if you wouldn't mind just sort of shed light on the general spirit of the land use map versus the zoning and kind of that relationship between those two, especially as it's such in close proximity and that sort of buffer that we have in the purple, which I think is what the limited office and so forth between the neighborhood and downtown.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as the land use map goes, you're correct. It is within that downtown mixed use area. That area does extend another block north. As we review this, we have existing zoning that's primarily composed of that LOD in that particular area. When looking at the rezone, we did see proximity to C5 across the street. We did identify this particular intersection at State and 8th as an appropriate location for the C5 because it's contiguous to other C5 zoning as well. As you move further north, there's going to be some more overlays, some more constraints based on that location. So very unique to the site is what we're looking at for the rezone change. This particular area has had a lot of review from staff and even when looking at our zoning code. So in light of that, we felt this was an appropriate request.
Great, thank you. All right, any other questions from the commission? Shaking our heads. All right. Okay, with that, we'll move forward to public testimony. And we'll start off with the folks who have already signed up and then anybody who didn't sign up but is still in the chambers who wishes to testify. And so first up is Missy Swikowski. First name, and you're already challenging me. Holy moly. If you can, just for the record.
That's why I put how you can say it. Thank you.
Thank you for
And
doing
I
that.
apologize for speaking out of turn.
I'm Missy Swikowski. I'm the senior warden at St. Michael's Cathedral. And if you could pull up the picture, the rendition of that, that she just had of the drawing of the new building. That's a lovely picture, except the building that's next to it was built in 1902, and it
Chairman.
doesn't show up here. It looks like it's a modern building on the
If you can
corner.
pause one moment, I'm sorry, that's my fault. I thought St. Michael's would work. Can you just real quick, your address?
Oh, my apologies. 3989 South Old Oak Avenue,
Sure.
Boise.
Great, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the building that you see on the east corner is actually our cathedral. We have 3 buildings on our campus that are on the National Historic Register. The St. Michael's Cathedral is part of the Capital District Historic Register. Several buildings are on that, are recognized. They've been built between 1902, 1939, then a block away you have Boise High. I'm realistic about development in the area. I've been working with Zach Piekmeyer, CCDC, for the last 2 years on proposals to eliminate parking on the west side of 8th Street for 4 blocks going to St. John's. This is a real concern for us. The gentleman that has purchased this also purchased the Carnegie Building in 2019 with the decision to renovate it. Then in 2021 decided to sell it, but didn't sell it and now still has it. And if you look at the designs for the Carnegie Building, there's no additional parking involved, along with this building now, which would be twice the height of what is currently there. It would go from 45 feet to 100 feet. Again, we're going to have an issue with parking concerns. I'm concerned about that, not only for our parishioners, but people who attend our various outreach programs that come to our church throughout the week for self-help, families that come. They have to have a place to park and to come, and there is very limited public parking along there. The Home Federal location is a great location, and I understand, and looking at the comprehensive plan, the downtown mixed-use plan needs to have a scale that is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Currently, in that area, there is no residential area within that 2-block area. And it needs to provide a range of commercial services and retail services that are not available in the immediate neighborhood, but they're downtown. And I understand, as you mentioned earlier, Commissioner Danley, that State Street is an area that the city wants to develop 5- and 6-story buildings and residential. We don't have a problem with development, but we would like it to match. I would have gladly sent in my written concern about the actual design of the building 5 days ahead of time, but it was only published today. And I've been working with other people trying to locate the proposed design, and we didn't have it until today to give written comments on that. So I would respectfully request that you postpone the decision on this until more information can be provided, that we have a chance for other people who have concerns about the historic features in the neighborhood to be able to comment now that we've seen the possible design, and continue to work with ACHD and CCDC on the parking issues, bike lanes and everything else that we have cooperatively been trying to address. I
Great.
appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wykoski. Phoebe Smith. And again, name and address if you wouldn't mind. Thanks.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Phoebe Smith. My address is 1605 North 21st Street in Boise. I'm a 30-year resident of the North End and also a longtime member of St. Michael's and a former member of the vestry, which is the governing board of the St. Michael's Parish. I oppose this rezoning for a number of reasons. The proposed building, which is over twice as high as the current structure located on that spot, is simply too tall for the neighborhood. It will dwarf St. Michael's. It may also interfere with the light that reaches the buildings at St. Michael's campus, and that would impact the beautiful stained glass windows that are part of our historic structure. Also, the setback is inadequate, and a major concern is the issue that they want to eliminate that setback in the rezone, which would impact how big the hole is that they're going to have to build this structure. And this is one of my greatest concerns regarding the construction is this potentially two-level subterranean garage. And how much deeper is that hole going to be if they have to accommodate the mechanical structures for that building? This is going to be a big hole, a very big hole. And I have wondered whether anybody on the staff or anybody who is working for the developer has considered the potential effects of such a large excavation on the structure and foundation of St. Michael's Cathedral and the Tuttle House, which are both directly across from this location. Both of them are very old. As Missy mentioned, the cathedral was built in 1902. It is an unreinforced masonry building, and it is questionable whether it could withstand some of the types of impacts that could happen during construction. There are numerous field conditions where construction activities in an urban setting can potentially damage neighboring structures. Deep excavation and vibration, such as vibration from pile driving, can cause a variety of damage. Any zoning change and any development agreement should require that the developer indemnify St. Michael's for any damage to this irreplaceable historic cathedral. Some ideas for requirements to potentially prevent damage include an independent pre-construction survey of the historic structures on St. Michael's campus, of which there are 3. A geotechnical report that clearly identifies the underlying soil strata and geologic conditions, specifications for the control of construction vibrations, pre-planning to avoid potential vibration damage by selection of alternate construction equipment in the event that the equipment chosen causes vibration, vibration monitoring by a licensed testing agency, and building movement monitoring of the structures on St. Michael's campus by a licensed testing agency. There are undoubtedly additional safeguards that could be taken depending on soil stability, excavation methods, and other factors that we may not know about. St. Michael's could be very negatively impacted by rezoning this area to build a structure that is simply too large for that lot. It is too big for the neighborhood.
I'm going to
It
have
would
to
be a
stop you there, Ms. Smith, as you're over time. But
Okay.
thank you very much for your testimony tonight. Appreciate it. Okay, is there anybody else in the chambers who wishes to testify on this item? Looks like none. So in that case, we will go to online. Is there anybody on our Zoom meeting that would like to testify? And again, this is CAR 22-18. I'm not seeing anybody. Okay. All right. With that, then we will go ahead and close the public testimony portion of it, but we go back to rebuttal from the applicant. So if you would go ahead and come on up. I think you have about 5 minutes or so.
Great. I just have a few things. In considering the bank building that is currently there, early on as a team, we did look at keeping that building and possibly constructing the project on the west half of the parcel. The building would have to be several stories taller in order to have the same viability if we were to do that. And the proportions were wrong and not working. The floor plates were too confined, and it would have required us to go to mid-rise building codes. We have shared our plans with SHPO, State Historic Preservation, on the demolition of the bank, and have worked with them on ways that we can preserve the story of the building that's on that site, because we understand that that's important. And we are aware that the subject may come up again during the design review process. Regarding parking, we're still studying the parking, 1 versus 2 floors. Honestly, we're likely only going 1 story down. We wanted to reserve the right, but it is looking like the 40 to 45 parking stalls is more than enough to meet the requirements for the parking in that building. The intention is to have 1 to 2 stalls per condo unit and the rest to go to the retail and office tenants. So specifically, that is being created to keep people off of parking on the street and not creating more. And we also want to note that the office functions and probably most of the retail functions and their hours will be off hours from the weekend uses that will be occurring around the immediate area. And then that we understand this application is for a rezone, and that as I mentioned, the design is still very much in flux. This is a very schematic. We shared it only to show the progress from what was initially submitted. And as we go through the design review process, we are definitely open to hearing comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, this item is now before the commission. So again, set the table, CAR 22-18, a rezone, and we are the recommending body to council from limited office to central business in downtown of approximately 0.42 acres. And with that, anybody willing to make a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Moore.
I move that we recommend approval of CAR 22-18 with all the terms and conditions as stated in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to recommend approval of the rezone from Commissioner Moore with a second from Commissioner Squires. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
Sure, I'll take it. I think, at its base, we're looking at a site plan. We're not really looking at building massing or this design in particular even. But it's really the site plan. It takes up, and it's adjacency, it's the zone. And it's the fundamental of it, a little bit of programming, the uses contained within that development agreement. But from what I can tell on our kind of, when looking at the current zones and then the comp plan, you kind of overlay them, and this is in that what I kind of feel is a bit of a transition space zone, right? So it's the downtown mixed use bleeding from C5 downtown design review to LOD. And it's just like, it's in that kind of transition zone. And so I think it's completely reasonable that that zone might bleed into LOD. And especially with the increasing of that kind of downtown boundary as well recently. And I think because of that, and because, obviously there's still work to be done through design review and still, figure out how much parking is actually required, identify the actual square footage. I think there's a lot of detail left to decide, but at its core, the zone and the development agreement, I'm comfortable with in this location.
All right. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Squires.
I would just echo what Commissioner Moore said. This is a rezone application. The design, the parking, everything that goes along with that site design will be evaluated at a later time. And I can assure you that staff will make sure that all the conditions are met per the code. I think this is an exciting project. That's the place I got my first home loan when I first moved here to Boise in the late 90s. It's a cool building. It really is, but I understand that it doesn't fit, and it is hard to retrofit a building such as that too. So I'm excited about this project. We knew this was coming when they amended the urban renewal district last year. So we've known something was happening with this block. I'm excited to see what it can be. I think what I'm seeing is something that I'm really looking forward to. I think this extends downtown a little bit further. It blends that north end to downtown. It increases density, the proposed density in order to support the transit. I'm excited to see the curb cuts go away off of State Street and have access through the alleyway. And I just think it's going to be a nice addition, and I think the neighbors will ultimately be really pleased with it. So with that, I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay. Any other comments?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mooney.
Thanks to the staff for the explanation of the zoning discussion as it stepped north through 8th Street there. That was helpful to me to understand that you guys are looking at really closely and had, sounds like long conversations about it. And regarding the opposition concerns regarding the importance of St. Michael's, I'm almost certain that the city values that property as much or more so than this new project. And so I'm very confident that everything will be protected and the technical and engineering concerns that you cited will be addressed fully.
Great. I will be in support of the motion. I think this is a natural progression of things, and this land in terms of even our whole state is some of the most valuable that we have. And so building up makes sense to me. And I'm confident with the development agreement and all the checks and balances that we have in place. We've seen a number of buildings of this size or even larger. And so the confidence in the construction process and everything that goes into it, all the inspections, I think have been demonstrated over the last several years in particular. And so I'm quite confident, and I think and agree that this is an exciting project and look forward to it. So with the clerk, please call the roll.
Squires,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Danley,
Aye.
Mooney,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so this is where the fun might begin. This 9:30. You want to take back over? I know this is a recusal for you as well, right?
It is, yeah.
Okay, what do you got for us?
Well, I just want to check in. We are at 9:30. I think we're probably to a point where we should probably entertain deferring maybe our last two items to next week's hearing. But I'd like to get a little bit of feedback from you all about that. We've got 4 more to hear, 4 more on the agenda tonight. We are meeting next week. So in my mind, we are at 9:30 right now. We'll go ahead and hear items 6 and 7 and defer items 8 and 12. Was that amenable to everybody so we can help get some of these folks out of here? We're not going to get to them tonight. Okay. All right. Well, having said all that, I'll entertain a motion to defer those last 2 items.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Mooney.
Danley.
Sorry, Commissioner Danley. Sorry.
It's all good.
Took a break.
Just for the record. I'll make a motion that item number 8, PUD 22-43 and item number 12, PUD 22-43 and CBA 22-26 both be deferred to our November 14th meeting.
Second.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, very good. We have a motion to defer items 8 and 12 to next week. Motion by Commissioner Danley, second by Commissioner Moore. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Danley,
Aye.
Mooney,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, thank you all for that. And then move ahead here to item 6 and then item 7. Let the record show that I will again be recusing myself from both of these items, as that I am the landscape architect of record for these particular projects. And I will be handing off the chairmanship to Commissioner Danley again.
Okay, moving on. Item number 6, CAR 22-23, a rezone on 1385 South Capitol Boulevard and CBA 22-28, a variance to encroach also at the same address. I turn it over to staff, Mr. Moser.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the commission. The applicant is requesting a rezone of approximately 1.76 acres from C2DC and R3DC.
If we can hold on just a second.
Okay.
If we can have a little quiet in the chambers, please, we're going to go ahead and move forward. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, go ahead.
And R3DC to an RODC DA. That's a lot, so I'll try to spell that out. That's a residential office with design review, and it's in the Capitol Boulevard special design review overlay with the development agreement zone. The subject property consists of two parcels separated by Lois Avenue, a public street. Please note that the applicant has removed the request for the variance and will comply with all the required setbacks. So the only application before the commission tonight is the rezone. And as you can see from the aerial photograph, the subject property is located within the Lust District neighborhood and is comprised of a mix of residential uses and commercial uses located on the west side of Capitol Boulevard near the downtown Boise and BSU campus. As seen on this slide, the requested RO zone is compatible with the surrounding area due to its proximity to downtown, BSU, and transit. As such, a higher density residential development or development that then is high density development than what is currently allowed in the C2 and R3 zones is supported by Blueprint Boise and would encourage a compact, pedestrian friendly infill development while still maintaining compatibility with the area. The proposed RO zone would allow for a max density of 87.1 units per acre, which would allow for the type of dense residential development envisioned by Blueprint Boise. And the RO zone is intended specifically for residential and office uses. In addition, it will encourage mixed use projects, which include a limited amount of commercial space, such as restaurants and retail. The requested R zone is compatible with the comprehensive plan as it designates the site mixed use on the land use map, within which the proposed R zone is allowed and anticipated. The planning team did receive a revised memo from the Public Works Solid Waste Department expressing concerns with the proposed solid waste staging area along Lois Avenue. It is good to note these concerns now, since there is a conceptual design and site plan associated with the DA. And to address this, the planning team did include a recommended condition of approval within the DA that requires the applicant to comply with all of and the entire Public Works solid waste design standards. Ideally, these design issues will be further addressed during the design review application process. The application before you, as noted, is a rezone with a development agreement. The applicant intends to construct two buildings, a 5- and 6-story building or 6-story buildings in height, for a total of 88 dwelling units comprised of a mix of apartments and about 900 square feet of commercial on the ground floor of the building along Capitol Boulevard. So in essence, the ground floor of the building along Capitol would consist of retail, office, or not retail, lobby, and amenities, and the structured parking. And the upper floors would consist of amenities and mostly the residential components. The second building off of Capitol, the ground floor would be the structured parking, the lobby area, amenities, and then the upper floors would be residential. To ensure the active uses along the street frontage, and the design standards of Lust Street master plan have been met, a DA has been included with the rezone. The planning team recommends the DA include the following conditions that are stated here on the slide to ensure the city's and neighborhoods goals have been addressed. However, the applicant has concerns with the recommended conditional approval requiring the multi-use path be installed along Capitol. That's condition number 3 listed. The planning team recommends that this condition be changed to state the following: coordinate with ACHD and the city of Boise on the location and construction of the future multi-use path along Capitol Boulevard. Due to the location of Bub Canal along the north property line, requiring the construction of the pathway with this project would require construction on the adjacent private property to the north, which is really not feasible. As such, it is the desire of the planning team for the applicant to work with ACHD and the city on the draft pathways plan as it is being developed right now. I would also note, as you can see, I had to have a picture of the draft plan that ACHD just submitted. They do note out a 5-foot wide landscape buffer along Capitol. I would note that the city wants to have an 8-foot wide landscape buffer along Capitol Boulevard, as required by our citywide or by Capitol Boulevard design overview standards and our general comprehensive plan. The neighborhood association and several members of the public have expressed concerns with the project in terms of compatibility and compliance with the Lusk Street Master Plan. The compatibility concerns are in response to generally the size and mass of the building, which the public contends is not consistent with the character of the Lusk Street neighborhood and/or Capitol Boulevard. I would say the comprehensive plan anticipates high density and more intense uses given the site's proximity to downtown, BSU, and transit. The other concerns is that the project does not provide enough storefront commercial, and it is basically another student housing project. There's a number of student housing projects already located within the Lusk Street neighborhood. To address this, I would note that the DA requires a minimum of 40% of the street frontage be comprised of active uses, and the applicant is proposing, I believe, 53% of active uses a lot for the building fronting Capitol. Also, the project is comprised of a mix of apartment types ranging in size from studios all the way up to 5 bedrooms. As such, it is not intended to be a student housing project. In conclusion, the planning team recommends approval of the rezone of the DA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moser. Next up, we'll hear from the applicant, Mr. Trevor, is it Schuer? That's not Trevor Schuer.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the commission. Deborah Nelson with Givens Pursley, 601 West Bannock Street, here on behalf of the applicant. Thank you very much for hearing us tonight. I know it's late, especially after daylight savings change, so thank you. I can control this here, right? Yeah, great. So with me this evening are representatives of the project team, including the CA Ventures, who will develop, own, and operate this project. CA Ventures has experience developing high-quality projects across the country with modern amenities, creating a superior resident experience, and a few examples are shown here. CA Ventures is currently in the process of developing the 917 Lusk project on the Greenbelt just north of this site. BDE Architecture is the architect for the project, and they have focused on building this typology in the multifamily market for over 25 years. Also with us tonight, who can answer questions, is Jason Dinsmore with the Land Group, who is doing the site design. We have really appreciated working with David on this project, and we are in full agreement with staff's recommended conditions of approval as David modified this evening on the multi-use pathway. We are also confident that we will comply with the city's solid waste requirements here, and we'll continue to coordinate with them on their needs. As David explained, we're seeking a rezone to RO to allow the construction of 88 multifamily housing units and amenity space with ground floor commercial, podium parking, and street improvements. On this vicinity map, you can see the area with hotels, apartments, as well as some commercial in the area, and even further north along Capitol Boulevard with the extended commercial. It's a short walk to Boise State University and Morrison Park, the Greenbelt, and downtown. Currently, the site includes the Elmer's Diner and surface parking. This first slide shows views of the current surface parking on the interior lot that is proposed for Building A, and looking down lowest where you can see surface parking on both lots. These pictures illustrate how underutilized this key infill site is currently. This slide shows the lot with the Elmer's Dining building and additional surface parking. It also illustrates some of the unique and constraining features of the site. In the lower left picture, you can see a landscaped area between the building and the street, which is actually an extra parcel of land owned by ACHD and is not part of the project site. Also in the lower right picture, you can see existing landscaping that's within the ACHD parcel and on our site that straddles the Bub Canal easement that runs along the entire north side of the project. You can also see the retaining wall and fencing there and below that sidewalk, there is a significant grade change between the sidewalk down to the project site at that corner at approximately 10-foot drop. In this ground floor plan for Building B along Capitol, you can see how the design team has cleverly worked to activate the Capitol facing side of the building, even though it isn't directly along Capitol and has the site constraints that I just mentioned and limited visibility. Along the southern end where the grade change is not as significant, they've added a grotto style patio with a lower retaining wall, which also wraps around onto the Yale Lane side of the building with retail frontage. The fitness lobby and retail spaces all provide additional activation with storefront glazing. And as David mentioned, over 53% of the street frontage is activated. Overall, the project site consists of the 2 buildings on the 2 associated parcels for a total of 88 units, 39 on the interior side and 49 on the front. The unit mix is 61% small format. That's studios through 2 bedrooms, and 39% large format. This mix illustrates that this project is specifically designed to cater to both non-students and students who are looking for amenitized housing with walking access to work or school, commercial businesses, transit access, and recreation. It is not designed to be a student housing project by itself. Residential amenities in the building include a lobby with seating and business center, package room, breakfast area, state-of-the-art fitness center, bike storage and repair station. Upper floors include an exterior courtyard with spa, fire pit, and clubhouse with lounge. The 4th floor features a sky lounge with an exterior terrace facing Capitol. Building A also has amenities with the lobby and lounge and bike storage on level 1, an exterior dog run, a quiet space, a Zen courtyard on level 2 with hammocks, and on the top level, an indoor sky lounge that opens up onto an exterior terrace with grill and fire pits featuring foothills and downtown skyline views. The project includes approximately 900 square feet of retail to benefit the neighborhood as a whole, reflecting an increase as requested by staff. Structured parking with modern vehicle stackers efficiently hides vehicles from the streets. The project will increase the amount of enclosed bike storage based on the comments from Boise Police to double the proposed enclosed storage. The street frontages will be improved with new and improved sidewalks in alignment with the general Lusk Street Master Plan requirements. Both buildings offer exterior patio seating that will serve the general public. Although the project still has to go through design review, we wanted you to have some images to see the proposed elevations. Although note that this elevation will be changed to have an additional step back in the upper levels to reflect the withdrawal of the variance. Some additional views. The project is aligned with the comprehensive plan. It is the future land use map designates this area as mixed use, where the city has already determined that RO is an appropriate zone and that housing and commercial are appropriate land uses. The site is also within a neighborhood activity center where the comp plan encourages high density residential. Further, this site is designated in the comp plan as anticipated for redevelopment. The site is directly on Valley Regional Transit's Route 3, which goes from the downtown VRT hub to the Boise Airport and serves employers and commercial opportunities. This transit and the compact design in a walkable environment align the project with a number of blueprint goals, including to promote compact walkable development patterns that support transit, to encourage high density residential and a neighborhood activity center, to activate streetscapes and encourage urban building forms. The project is also consistent with the Lusk Street Area Master Plan. Building A, the interior lot, is in a multifamily hotel sub-district. The plan states that hotels and residential exist there now, and this area is appropriate for development and redevelopment in high-density residential use. Building B along Capitol is in the retail district. The plan notes that the blocks fronting Capitol are currently underutilized and should be promoted for dense mixed use, including retail and urban housing uses. Specifically, the plan supports housing opportunities on the upper floors in the retail district to provide diverse urban housing in a walkable neighborhood. The project is consistent with these sub-districts with high-density residential in Building A on the interior lot and a mixed use on the ground floor and facing Capitol, activated with commercial and residential amenities with storefront glazing, and the upper floors in urban housing. Additional goals within the Lusk Street Master Plan are met, including for urban form and design, for traditional lot patterns to be developed in blocks instead of super blocks, for urban building forms to come right up to the sidewalk, for rooftop decks as functional open space, which both of these buildings provide. They meet the transportation goals in the Lusk Area Master Plan, providing an enhanced pedestrian environment with wide sidewalks, shade, seating, street trees, street lighting, and parallel street parking. This project will add 13 on-street parking spaces where currently only 6 exist on-street. Parking goals are also met within the plan, providing that on-street parking, encouraging surface lots to transition to new uses, locating parking within structures, and encouraging parking reductions based on proximity to walkable environments. These are all goals within the Lusk Street Master Plan that are enhanced by this project. And we appreciate staff's recognition of that and support of the project for that reason, for those reasons. In sum, the project proposes to redevelop an underutilized site, including extensive surface parking with a mix of compact urban housing with great amenities, structured parking, streetscape improvements, ground floor retail, public plaza spaces, all walkable to area businesses and employers. The requested RO zoning as conditioned by the DA ensures the use is compatible with surrounding properties and the goals of your plans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Okay, next up, Neighborhood Association, Kylie Boland. And that's, I'm gonna guess not Kylie.
No, I'm not Kylie. I am Nate Heinzman.
All right. Thank you. If you could just reset your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Nate Heinzman, 2582 North 27th Street, 83702. And I'm with the Lusk District Neighborhood Association. Our goals here, just to clearly define that the project proposed as presented is student housing. And by that, we mean that the developers admitted intention to rent out the units by the bedroom and not the total unit itself. To answer the question, does rezoning to allow for even more student co-housing fit with the comprehensive plan and neighborhood master plan? Discuss project deficiencies, placement of dumpsters, public safety, and street section design. Development proposals require defensible arguments that the replacement zone in the project is an improvement from the currently planned zone. They also require adherence to all codes, comprehensive plans, and neighborhood plans. Our goal is to prove that the zone changes do not improve the overall well-being of the neighborhood, as well as not complying with the city of Boise's comprehensive plan and Lusk Street Area Master Plan. Student housing is not currently designed in the city's municipal code. However, it will be better defined in the new zoning code rewrite as co-housing. And that is a residential building that contains 5 or more individual sleeping units where each unit is designed for occupancy by 1 or 2 individuals. That is why they are trying to develop these now rather than later. Furthermore, in the planner's project report, the technical memorandum provided by Keller Associates for the traffic study specifically references the 88 units by Capitol Boulevard, as referenced by CAR 22-23, and the 34 units on LaPointe Street, CAR 22-19, as student apartments and student housing. The basis of the traffic study utilized ITE code 226 off-campus student apartments mid-rise. This is in the project report on pages 19, 20, and 21 of CAR 22-23. Also pages 11, 12, and 13 for CAR 22-19. The traffic study is required documentation to achieve the requested approval. If the study is used to obtain the approval, the definitions contained within it shall also be used to define the project itself. Also, this furthermore declares that the original intention for this development was student housing that they noticed in the comprehensive plan and the Lusk Street Area Master Plan that they just basically relabeled it. Here, this map shows the housing types in the Lust District. The orange and green areas are existing and proposed student housing developments that utilize or will utilize the rent per bedroom model. It's easy to see that this is already the predominant use of the Lust District. And here is a breakdown of the percentage of student housing that is currently exists in the neighborhood and what is proposed. We're currently sitting at a capacity of 74% of the livable rental units that already utilize the rent per bedroom model. The proposals would bring us up to 77% if approved. And you can see that the proposals only serve to intensify the problem here. Since we can now clearly label these as student housing, here's a list of statutes that these do violate in the comprehensive plan. The notable items are the mix of uses statute, which clearly is 77% of one housing type in a neighborhood is not a good mix of use. The comprehensive plan clearly recognizes the Lust Street Master Plan as a vision of growth and redevelopment in the Lust Street neighborhood. The statute for housing choices is very important, as we have clearly proven that there is not a variety of choices here. You'll also see that the trash enclosures were designed within the street right of way. If this development were properly designed, you can see that it would not fulfill the requirements necessary for approval. However, that has been discussed here already, so we can move on from that. Some important items for the Lust Street Master Plan that are not being adhered to in this proposal is that student housing should not be the sole form of housing, which will overwhelm the area with a single demographic. Proposals should include dense mixed-use development, including office, retail, education, technology, and urban housing uses, and should reflect the dignity or the designation of the Capitol Boulevard corridor. Housing should promote diverse urban housing within the neighborhood that is affordable to downtown workers, seniors, and students, and includes high-end housing where appropriate. The land use map on page 8 of the Lust Street Master Plan should inform new development as intended. Therefore, the entirety of CAR 22-19 and should not be allowed, as well as the portion of CAR 22-23 that fronts Capitol is non-compliant. Here we can see some pictures of the impacts of student housing in our neighborhood. Show the impacts of what previous developments have done. Okay, my screen is gone. We're good here. We got some more student housing. You can basically just see here that these developments kind of just take away the interaction to bring people into the Lust District neighborhood association. You can also see Greenbelt frontages. Can we get the screen back up here? All right. I can see that regrettably, Greenbelt frontage has been used for parking. We are getting left behind by Garden City in Greenbelt activation. CA Ventures proposal right next door to that one also will be developing parking along the Greenbelt as well. And that is the project that is 917 South Lust Street. That is under construction right now. Here's more of the activation we would be looking for is businesses along the street. These are businesses along LaPointe Street and Lust Street. And then in conclusion, the proposal fails to provide a variety of multifamily housing by continuing a per bedroom model. Proposal identifies itself as student apartments and student housing, creating a lack of housing options and overwhelming the neighborhood with a single housing type. LDNA encourages the development that promotes diversity as well as opportunities for residents of a variety of incomes. This proposal violates the multiple comprehensive plan statutes that seek to maintain healthy community and smart growth. Proposal violates multiple West Street master plan directives, such as a variety of housing, street typologies, and by constructing the trash enclosures. We'll move on from that. Proposal fails to validate why more student housing is an important. The proposal fails to validate why more student housing is an improvement over the current zoning designations. And that concludes.
All right, thank you very much. So with that, we're going to turn it over to questions from the commission. As a reminder, CAR 22-23 rezone on 1385 Capitol Boulevard, along with the development agreement and the potential change that was cited by Mr. Moser to some of the terms and conditions in the staff report. Questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
So page 3 of the development agreement, it goes over item 4E. It kind of lists out the commercial uses. And I think that this is one of the main issues at play here is just commercial, like ground activation, I guess. And so the way this reads, the minimum of 40% of building B's combined linear frontages along Capitol Boulevard and Yale Avenue shall be utilized for commercial retail uses, which may include the residential building's interest lobby with shared public access, commercial activities such as coffee shop and bicycle amenity, and fitness areas fronting the street. So I guess the intent of that clause right there is that kind of, I guess, an and statement? So lobby and commercial, or is it may include any of these?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, it's that it can include any of those. It's the lobby, it's the commercial use, it's the amenities, it's the active uses along the street frontages that create that openness in the glass and the design. That's the intent.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, so just a follow up. So active uses, I guess, in that definition are really just anything where you see people using the building through like some sort of transparency, I guess, as opposed to maybe parking or something like that.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that is correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moon.
Obviously, the frictions between, is this student housing or not? So what I heard, I think, was a rental by bedroom. Was that from the neighbors or from the staff?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I think the co-housing discussion was brought up by the neighborhood association. Our current code does not have a definition of that, although the code rewrite that we're working on would probably include something like that, but that was brought up by the neighborhood association.
Right. So a question for staff then, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
The preponderance of 4 and 5 bedroom rental apartments in the city is pretty small, correct?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, most apartments that you see come through here usually are between 2 to 3 bedroom units. So to get a 5 bedroom units or 4, it's not common.
Correct. Thanks.
Other questions? I've got a couple I'd like to clarify, and it's building on Commissioner Moore's comment here or question. So if I recall, I thought I saw in the staff report a 500 square foot retail space, but in the testimony from Ms. Nelson, I heard a 900 square foot. Can we get clarity on that, please?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the original application had the amount of commercial that was being proposed was 500. Through discussion with the applicant, they've upped it to 900.
Okay, great. Mr. Moser, a little bit of a on the spot question. If you don't have an answer, it's okay. But do we have any idea of the approximate square footage of the existing commercial, the Elmer's in particular, that's there now?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I do not know offhand, but I might be able to have it to you shortly.
Okay, great. I'll be waiting with bated breath. In the meantime, I guess another question would be this fitness area. I'm assuming, again, based on Commissioner Moore's question and your response, it sounds as though that fitness area is not necessarily a potential public or membership type of an area. It's exclusive to the tenants of the building.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, that is correct. It's an amenity for the building.
Okay. Another question, I guess, make sure I have this correct. So there's a landscape area in existence today that is owned by ACHD. The city is requiring 8 feet of a buffer from the sidewalk, while ACHD, who again owns the landscape buffer, is only requiring 5. Is that right?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, the right of way abutting along Capitol Boulevard in front of this parcel is a little bit large compared to the parcel to the north, and that's owned by the Highway District. The master plan or the draft pathway plan that the Highway District put out had a 5-foot landscape buffer on that draft plan. We want 8 feet as a minimum, and our Capitol Boulevard design overlay standards require an 8 here. That can be negotiated, hopefully, and talk to the Highway District to get an 8, but we want 8.
Okay. You got a question down there?
Mr. Chair,
Go for it,
yes.
Mr. Mooney.
I'm back to this friction regarding student housing. Is there a way that the city can assure the neighborhood that the comprehensive plan goals of the Lusk area, i.e. urban diverse versus student predominant, can be resolved?
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I think it's difficult to tell a company who they can and can't lease to. I mean, you maybe could add a recommended condition of approval to the DA that says co-housing would be prohibited, where they're renting out individual units or individual bedrooms, but you can't tell who they can and can't rent to. That would be prohibited. As a follow-up, the Elmer's is 5,444 square feet.
Thank you for that. I guess I'd have one last question. Do you have another one?
Go ahead, and then I'll follow up.
I'm quickly trying to go through the traffic impact study that Keller did. And I guess this would be a question of Ms. Nelson. So then if the claim, and I just didn't catch this, and is that in the traffic study, we're referring to encoding the trip generation of the building to student housing of some sort, and we're claiming it's not. And then to Commissioner Mooney's point, this rub, can you kind of talk a little bit about that? I didn't catch if that's actually stated in here. Can we clarify that?
Chairman, be happy to. Yeah, the labels that are selected for that are to try to be the most conservative in trip generation, not to define in any zoning way what the use is. And as was noted, your zoning code currently doesn't differentiate that. But as a matter of function, traditional student housing projects would be large format only, 4 and 5 bedrooms, and they would be rented by the bedroom then, and actually in that format provide a great service to students who are not currently finding enough housing at BSU, and actually create more affordability. Here, this project is not doing only large format. In fact, they have the majority at 61% in small format. And that has been partly an evolution from feedback from the neighborhood association and staff, and trying to accommodate what can fit well in this building to provide a mix. And so there will be a mix of housing units. The studio, 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom are all in that small format category that, yes, may be rented by students, or also provide great market rate housing for non-students. And I think one more point to keep in mind as you're thinking about that differentiation, I mean, the CA Ventures will rent the unit by the unit or the bedroom, depending on what's desired by the tenant. They don't screen people. That it would violate the Fair Housing Act to say, are you a student? We only take students, right? They will rent this as the market presents itself, and it's the market that really drives this through the mix of housing. Does that answer?
Yeah, that helps for sure.
Mr. Chair, could I follow up on that?
Please go right ahead.
So I guess this is for the neighborhood then. So that's a compelling argument from Ms. Nelson regarding small format units. So your number, 77% student housing in the Lusk area, based on the accommodations that the applicant has made, it sounds like the small format units versus the larger 4 and 5 bedroom units. What would that number be? If you looked at that, it's not 77, it's gonna be something less than that, it sounds like.
Of total student housing in the area. I
Yes.
think that slide stipulated that we currently are already at 74% of student housing on that one. So no more student housing at all in that area. We, as a neighborhood association, do not want to dictate who they rent to at all. It's mostly just the aspect of them renting it out per bedroom, and that would be the large scale ones. So they have coalesced and added more small units residences, and that's fine. But all of the larger scale units will be rented out per bedroom, and that does not come from us, as stated by the staff. That came from our discussions with the developer.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
So back to the retail portion, I think one of my biggest issues with the May statement is that we might not have retail in the bottom, and it might just be a gym or just the lobby. And well, there is transparency to some of that. I think that kind of, in my mind, misses a little bit of the intent of activation to some extent, because it doesn't contribute to the neighborhood quite as much. And so I'm thinking about the biggest one that pops into my mind is the Fowler, where you have form and function, you have the Wilder. And I mean, I've been to both of those countless times. So, that kind of brings people to that neighborhood. And I'm thinking about, some of the retail spaces that are labeled on the plan. Obviously, there are retail spaces labeled on the plan, but with that May statement, they could go away. And is there any intent or any, I guess, appetite to eliminate that May and just have the retail as a requirement? And that would be, that would be a developer, I guess.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioner Moore, absolutely. The applicant intends and is willing to be committed to providing that 900 square foot of retail. The additional square footage to meet the 40% was intended to include that additional activation to make sure that those spaces are activated architecturally and connected to the outdoor plazas and all of the things that are designed to do to create that pedestrian active experience and the visual from Capitol. But we're not planning to get away at all from that 900 square feet from the retail, so that we can commit to that.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Looks like none. Okay, with that, we will go ahead and open it up to public testimony. I have no sign-in sheet, and so if anybody is in the chambers who wishes to testify, now is the time to do so. No one's moving, going once, going twice. Okay. Anybody who's online who might be joining us who wishes to testify on this item? Item number 6, CAR 22-23. I see no hands. Okay. Well, with that, any rebuttal that you wish to offer, Ms. Nelson?
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioners, just looking at my notes, I guess a couple quick items. One, there was testimony from the neighborhood that the 917 Lusk Street project that's also being developed by CA Ventures has parking along the green belt. That's not the case. They have an outdoor amenity area with dog run there. There's no parking there. And the design and architecture here has been really thoughtfully planned out with the neighborhood as well, and actually really appreciate their feedback as the architect team worked with them and the developer team worked with them to incorporate a lot of what they were looking for. And those designs have been incorporated. So I appreciate the feedback that they've given. And I think that's all I have unless you have more questions.
Okay, I think we're good. Appreciate that. Thank you. So with that, item number 6, CAR 22-23, an application on 1385 South Capitol for a rezone with a development agreement and the potential change within the language is before the commission for decision.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moore.
I'll try this. So I move that we recommend approval of CAR 22-23 23 with the terms and conditions stated and amended in the late correspondence. And with a revised development agreement, item 4E, to remove the may to read, which include the residential buildings entrance lobby.
Okay,
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Mooney. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Thought it might be you, Commissioner Moore.
Yeah, I live in the BSU area and I actually have one of a similar project going under construction just a couple blocks up the street from me. So I do understand the Lost District's position that they're in. And I know that retail really can help to activate those things. I think the mix of unit types is unique for a product like this. I've lived in something kind of similar, but they were all 5-bedroom single with their own bathroom. And this is different than that, which is kind of exciting to see something a little bit different. And just the addition of retail, I mean, you showed images of Lost Grove and Dawson Taylor and just thinking about the Fowler and how to kind of bring some of that retail back in. I think this can start to achieve that and maybe start to change that typology just a little bit.
Okay, any other discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Mooney.
thanks to the applicant for listening to the neighbors. It sounds like the small format was helpful and hopefully that's will resolve some of the concerns of the neighborhood.
Okay. So I'm leaning for this motion, but I do have some concerns. And my biggest concern is that, as was described, we're going from 5,300, I think it was, or whatever that number was, square feet of commercial retail down to 900. And I think of the Lusk neighborhood and how it's changed and the objectives therein. And I also think of Capitol Boulevard itself as an incredibly important entrance and exit into and out of downtown. And the loss of, I mean, you're taking it basically less than 20% of what exists there today. And it's not just the retail space, it's also jobs. There's jobs that come along with every one of those square feet. And so to take that from that large down to 900 is concerning to me. I wish we would have seen a larger footprint on the floor level of at least the opportunity to try and replace some of that square footage. So I'm torn on that, but I also understand that the market where it is right now is that housing is critical and retail and commercial is changing quickly. We're buying things from other places and not brick and mortar. So the general forces at work are even bigger than this. So I'm a little bit on the fence, but leaning for it. So I don't know any other comments or any other discussion before we take a roll. Nope. Okay. All right. Well, with that, let's go ahead and we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Moore and seconded by Commissioner Mooney to approve or recommend approval to CAR 22-23 with the terms and conditions in the staff report with the amended language that was presented to us by Mr. Moser regarding the pathway, as well as the removal, or I should say change, I think it was from may to shall. Is that what? Okay. Of section 4E regarding the commercial uses that's found in the development agreement. So with that, if the clerk could call roll, please.
Squires.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Danley.
Aye.
Mooney.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay. So I think this is what we discussed a bit. I think it's probably time that we pull the plug. It's 10:30 almost. And I think an excellent point by Ms. Nelson about the daylight savings. There's some issues going on, I know, up here, and it's a late night. So, but we also have our prevailing commissioner, our chairman in the back. I know it's kind of been discussed, but do you want to come up or you agree from a distance? We okay with that? It would take a motion to move item number 7 to next week's hearing. Right. I thought we have item number 7. That's the last of it, right? Right. Okay, I'll take the pulse. I thought we were kind of in that mode. What do we want to do? Want to push forward or we want to push this one to next week? It's almost 10:30. I understand that. Any thoughts? Okay, I agree. I think for your sake, especially that we move. So what I need then is a motion to defer item number 7 to next week's.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Commissioner Mooney.
I move we defer CAR 2219 to next week's agenda, 14 November.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion to defer by Commissioner Mooney and a second by Commissioner Moore. I do need to ask, is I think, right, is there anybody here who can't testify next week before we officially make that motion? I probably should have done that beforehand. I apologize.
Mr. Chair, I believe for lateness of hour, do we?
We're
not
okay
need to
with
do
that? We have a cover? Okay.
Yep.
I'll take your word for it then. Okay. Okay, with that, I'll entertain or take roll, I should say, and entertain the motion.
Squires,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Hanley,
Aye.
Mooney,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, this concludes this evening's commission. Thank you.